Man, I hate YouTube Shorts. I hate
Yes,
the short form content. Oh, nom, 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 nom. I love dragon fruits though. I like pies that are just kind of floating out there, not really connected to anything. Ooh, oh, I was gonna do a magic trick. Right, Stuff Draco and Dr. Mono. But somebody in one of the Discords
leads to the dark side.
Yep. And I'm going to force lightning the YouTube Shorts. Anyways, somebody shared one of those, one of the shorts of something. I don't even remember what it was. And you know how it's basically the video will loop forever, and a lot of them are designed specifically to loop back to the start and just play indefinitely. But then it's like, okay, I'll just make that shut up by scrolling away. Oh, there's another one. It's a cute cat. Oh, just scroll on. What's next? Oh, it's here's another thing that's you know, a bad driver. Oh, what's the next one? And you just keep scrolling forever. It never lets you go. Until you eventually reach a particular video where it's like, hey, check out this cool trick, and then they don't show you the trick because they only have a 60-second time limit. Doom scrolling, yeah. And it's very easy to fall into that trap. It's very easy for me to fall into that trap. That's why whenever YouTube on the front page, whenever it says, hey, check out these shorts, I say, stop showing them to me. And it's like, gotcha, buddy. We'll show you some more in 30 days. There is no never show it again option. So I hate shorts. And then it only seems like it's been maybe a minute or so, but suddenly it's past stream time, and you haven't even started up all of your programs. Oops. You haven't even thought of a good title for today's stream. Except for the, I'm guessing, World of Fire ones, or no, Wings of Fire. Wings of Fire. Never seen any of those. So yeah, I hate shorts. It's a trap that is too easy for me to fall into. Ah, dang it. Well, the ads are just now beginning. So I guess we're just gonna hang out for a little bit. So how was Christmas for you guys? I had a good time. I spent it with my mom and my dad, and my dad gave me his Xbox 360. He had it just kind of sitting in his living room. He wasn't playing it, so he just kind of, he's like, here you go, you can have that. Merry Christmas. Griffmas was great. Merry Christmas. A new car! You desperately needed one, Dracana. The one that you were using was like over 20 years old at that point, I believe. It was barely hanging together. It was about to bluesmobile on you at any minute. But wait, there's more! So, my dad gave me his Xbox 360 and all of his games, and most of his games are things that I wouldn't really be interested in. Rock Band, Madden, Call of Duty 3? He did have a couple of flying games. They're like World War II fighting, and not really my era. He's a big fan of those. And so I decided I'm going to John Madden, hey you, football, Mark. Other catchphrases from that game, from that video. So I decided, Google, what are the best games on the Xbox 360? And it said, well, have you heard of this little something called Mass Effect? Google, what are the best Xbox 360 exclusives? There aren't many, but there are some good ones. And one of them is a little JRPG called Blue Dragon, made by, I'm gonna absolutely butcher his name, Hironobu Sakaguchi, guy who created the Final Fantasy series. Yes, yes. And Mass Effect is good, but I have it on PC. Rar and stuff, Tankatsu. So, Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey, both games made by the same company, same development studio. But the neat thing about Blue Dragon, Hironobu Sakaguchi, creator of Final Fantasy, character designs by Akira Toriyama, music by Nobuo Uematsu. Report to my cabin later. We'll bang, okay? No, not okay. So, pretty good stuffs. And then there's also Lost Odyssey, made by the same studio. And, I guess everyone was recommending Halo, but I'm not really big on, first-person shooters like that. I'll take, first-person shooter RPGs. Those are good. But just the ones that are just like, even sci-fi shooters. I like immersive sim type games. Like when we played Star Trek Elite Forces, that was cool. I like that game, going around the Star Trek Enterprise and Voyager. That was fun. I was about to say the characters, but not really the characters. Picard was cool. Anyway, ads are done. Let's get going. We got some Dread Delusionaring to do. And I will continue my story while the game loads. So, there is, close by to where I live, a retro games store place. And I had driven by it hundreds of times. And hang on, there we go. Skip it, okay. Change game title? What, did it not update? Is it still showing as Morrowind? Yeah, I'll hit update again. Now it is updated? Okay, I guess it didn't go through the first time. Anyway, there is a retro game store that is very close to where I live, and I decided I'm gonna go there because I could get games for relatively cheap if I just went to the Xbox Live store, whatever they call theirs. But they had recently done some shenanigans where they had removed access to the store from the older consoles, and people were panicking thinking that they were going to remove the things that you bought from the stores as well. They didn't, but I figured, you know what? Don't totally trust Xbox or Microsoft, so instead I'm gonna do my own thing. I'm gonna go get physical media. It is nighttime o'clock. And so I went up there, and holy crap, that place was amazing. I should have gone there many more times before I did yesterday. But this time I had a reason to. And of the games that I was looking for, they only had one. They had Blue Dragon. So I've been playing that, and is good. Yes. But also, let's have a moment of silence for my PlayStation 2. It has decided to move on. It stopped reading discs about a year ago or so, and I don't know how to fix it. They said they could fix it for $69, which indeed is a pretty nice price. La gasp! But they could fix it for $69, but considering I only had 4 games for it, and I've streamed all 4 of them, and I do have an emulator that I could just play them on, I figured it was time for it to move on. Lost Odyssey is amazing. Thoughts and prayers for the PS2. Rest in peace, S2. So, because the PS2 couldn't read discs, they would have to repair it themselves before they could actually even resell it. And additionally, my original PlayStation 2 controller had other issues in that some of the face buttons stopped working. I thought there was a thing here. I guess not. You have earned your rest, PS2. Requisite and pace. So, because it was actually going to cost them to get the parts to fix it, they only offered me $5 for the system, $3 for the controller, and $1 for the memory card. $9. And I said, I hate it, but sure, fine. Because otherwise it was just going to be occupying space, or I'd have to put out the $69 to have it fixed in order to continue using it. What am I doing? Where am I going? Oh, I know where I was attempting to go there, but the place isn't there. No drive mods are not super hard to install. Kinda wish I had known about that. Oh well, a little late now. And the guy accidentally, or maybe on purposely accidentally, gave me $19 for it instead. I don't see how you could possibly have entered a 1 and then a 9, but he did somehow. I expect it was entirely on purpose. But once that was settled, then I just started browsing the shop, and they had all kinds of things. They had systems and games from every single generation, even going back as far as the Atari. They had a few things for the Super Famicom. They even had a copy sealed in box of Super Mario RPG, brand new, $4,900. I did not purchase that. Because regrettably, my credit card doesn't go up that high. Also, that would have been a horrible waste of money for me. Because I would have absolutely taken that thing out of the box and played it. Welcome to the graveyard, pal. What brings you all the way out here? This doesn't look like any graveyard I've seen. Funny sort of gravestones, ain't they? This is where they keeps the things the Clockwork King makes what no one can find a use for. Teapots, chess sets, bathtubs, grand pianos. Yeah, who would want a bathtub? Pfft. It all ends up here. Some things nobody even knows what they are. Why its majesty makes them, couldn't tell you. There's plenty of stuff people give their left arm for that ain't getting built, but it's not for me to question the logic of our king. Was there aught else? I'm here on official business. Blimey, you mean someone's actually been reading my reports? Better late than never, I suppose. It's these yellow boxes, see? We've had them for years, but even the king's speaker himself couldn't make heads nor tail of them. Told me to look after them until they're needed. That'll be the day. Well, a fair few ticks ago, some of the boxes started talking, and now they won't shut up. Weird stuff, music sometimes, mind. I knows better than to listen. Maybe you could take a look. Most of the boxes here don't talk. You'll have to listen closely if you want to find the right ones. Aught else? Nope, we're good. Look at all the yellow boxes. Anyway, they didn't have Lost Odyssey, and they didn't have the other game I was looking for was Ace Combat 6, which you can't even get on the live store anymore. So I was hoping to find just a physical copy. Excuse you? Inside the yellow box is a mechanical console with something like an ear trumpet hanging on a curly wire. Tinny noises issue from its mouth. Pick up the trumpet! Dur, 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 dur. You pick up the trumpet and put it to your ear. Your brain is flooded by a cacophony of jagged noise. Then you realize it's some kind of otherworldly music. The music throbs in an alien time signature, defying your attempts to track its rhythm. Ghostly, inhuman voices lap over each other like waves. It feels like a memory from before the universe was made. This doesn't seem like the King's Message. You'll have to try one of the other boxes. It's a phone booth! And if only anybody knew how to use them. Pardon? Aha! You! You pick up the trumpet and put it to your ear. You can hear two people in soft conversation, their voices echoing as if from the other end of a long stone passage. There now, it'll be alright. How's it going to be alright? Lydia's just gone, and nobody remembers. I feel like my brain is melting and running out of my ears. I know. All I mean is we've got each other. And I ain't going nowhere. A pause. I was watching up today. Did you ever notice how many dishes we have? Enough for 5 people, not 2. Well, perhaps helps to have extra, don't it? You know we can't afford more of anything than we need. We had an extra bed, too, before we sold it. And that cot. This doesn't seem like the King's Message. Let's keep listening. I suppose it was nice to have guests around. For all this, I mean. And do you remember ever having guests? How many people used to live in this house, Quessy? Pause. Beans. A long pause. I don't know. No. Me neither. There's a long silence, and then a series of odd little wet sounds. Hi, what are you doing? Sorry, should I stop? I didn't say stop. You hear grateful sighs, a giggle, and then a loving moan. You quickly put the trumpet down before you hear any more. Band! Boy, those two got in the mood in a real hurry. They were just talking about how people are disappearing. They probably had more family than they do now, and they don't know whatever happened to them. Let's bang. Guess we gotta make some more, kids. You pick up the trumpet and put it to your ear. An old man's voice echoes from the other end. Hello? Hello? Anyone hear me? I don't know where I am. Please. It's cold. Yes, I can hear you. The old man doesn't seem to be able to hear you. I can't see anything. I can't feel my body. Is anyone there? Hello? Please, if anyone's there, say something. This doesn't seem to be the King's Message. Well, sucks to be that guy. At first, you just hear hissing, and then the tune that Afra hummed. A genderless voice announces with mechanical regularity. 6, 1, 6, 3, 2, break. 5, 2, 6, alder, bantam, 2, break. 4, 6. The voice drones on, and then repeats. This must be the King's Message. You scribble down everything you can, and then replace the trumpet. Since it's been a little while since we played this, the Clockwork King is going mad and seems to be aware of it. He's been crying out for help, and no one has been listening. Except for the one of the head machinists, Afra, who's asked us to help look into the whole situation. Nobody will believe her, nobody will help her, except for us. The king has asked us to perform the sacramental duty, but we don't know what it is. When he told us, it was just a whole bunch of wingdings. But we were directed to that graveyard. Oh wait, she's not going to be there during... Okay. I'm not going to say no. Halt, citizen. Do not interfere with these silk slugs in any way, or you will answer to the Machinist Guild. Why shouldn't I interfere with them? They're under royal protection, so go on about your business. A silk slug begins to probe inquisitively at their weapon. Oi, leave that alone! Please? They know what these yellow boxes are. There's one right here. Or maybe they don't know what they are. It's just they put it here thinking, I guess the king's decorating the city again. Word to the wise, pal. Once you walk away from this board, forget everything you saw. The militia seems to be under orders to let people read freely, but they sure don't like us asking questions about it. Cheers! We're also looking for a missing person. Which, that's another quest, where we went to the... What was it called? The Library of Untruths. And we were tracking down another disappeared individual. These things are all over the place. And it's one of those situations where there's small bits of evidence that they had existed, but no one can remember them. And what we found out is that they were involved in something called Project Horoscope, and were disappeared in a corrupted area. Well, now we can't get... Well, we can get to the corrupted area right now, but we probably should wait until we have other things set up first. So... Afra only meets us at night, and that means we need to go take a little snooze. Or I suppose we can just explore for a bit. There's like a whole nother section this way that we didn't go to. And what's over this way? Nothing. Great. Oh, there was something I wanted to check. Actually, we'll do that in a bit. We'll cast the spell in a bit. We're checking now. Okay, where's the best place? Hallowtown. And then from Hallowtown... Oh, the plants have regrown. Gonna go down into the little Thieves Guild area. Wait, no, not that way. Oh, wait, yes. Yes, this way? No, not this way. Also not that way. Metal door, there it is. Darn it. So this one. Yeah, here we go. Poof. Wait, no, it was accessories. We need the trade mask and the bartering. That helps us with bartering. Here again, eh? What'll it be? What you got for sale? She nods. And obviously you didn't get it from me. We need this passport. Boop. Alright. Thank you. I need that. Alright. We're busting this lock. Need a 4. You got a 1. Come on, 4. There we go. Delusion. Was not a full level, though. And in the box, we got a glorious treasure. Is that a thing? Nope, it's just a crooked picture. Ah, no. Talk. Sell our glorious treasure. Wonder. No, no, no. Where is it? Wait, that was it. Outlaws. Enemy. Oh, they don't like us that much. The endless cadavers also dislike us for some reason. Possibly because we were working against them so much. Your boots look well worn, friend. Don't suppose you've seen any spiky green shells? Yes, I have. I have godlets to sell. Aha, I knew I had the measure of you. Right, let's see them. I'll give you a fair price and even put in a good word with some of my friends. Hear all of them. That'll do nicely. Here's your pay. Keep them coming. $40. And this could open some doors for you. Did it? We are now accepted. Oh. Wow, that, wow. I guess I shouldn't have done that. We are now disliked by the Wiccans. And the Apostatic Union doesn't like us as much anymore. And we're only accepted by the Outlaws. We're not even friendly. Okay, well, shouldn't have done that, but that's okay. I don't think our faction standing with them matters all that much. I just wanted to get into that one little secret door. Maybe we can find more of those little godlets to give out. But we needed that. We needed the pass so that we can go to the Endless Realm. And from the Endless Realm, we are going to venture forth to a new place. A new place which was previously inaccessible without this pass. Oh. Come on, jump! Eyes. Have you ever been down here? Dirg friend! Oh yeah, we've definitely been through here. What's happening? Somebody's fighting and it's not us. Greetings. Bridge is closed, unless you're the bearer of a genuine Apostatic Union passport. So if you've not got one, get lost. Passport, here you go. Seals looks good. I'm not seeing signs to forgery. Here you go. Wah! The Apostatic Union Geological Society has classified this as a roaming island, as it has been known to drift erratically. In other words, it might not be here forever. So we need to loot this place clean while we can. Also, Skeleton. We got the swingy ball plants. Just disregard all the skeletons. It's fine. Ooh, one of these guys. You bet. Glorious silk. Brain mushroom. Oh. There we go. Summon Skeleton. Summons a skeletal minion to protect the caster. The spell is one of the most elaborate known to the Union, for the bones are controlled by a complex array of cipher logic. It is unknown from where the skeletons are summoned. Some bear the tattered attire of civilization's law. On Wiccan tyranny. There was a time before the God War when every human settlement on the Flying Isles was built around a Wiccan coven. From Vina to Slev they enforced worship, demanding prayer to their gods. And so did those old gods. Grow in power once more under the flag of Wiccan tyranny. Well, that was weird. This page was totally blank, wasn't it? I'm not just imagining that. That the Apostatic Union succeeded in overthrowing this tyranny, in casting down those gods, is a miracle worth celebrating. I am old enough to remember Wiccan rule. Every spell, every letter of cipher was controlled by the covens. What magic was permitted changed from realm to realm, and each coven's gods had its own fickle whims. Not since the Middle Ages, when gods ruled supreme, has human development been so stunted. And since the Union gained its freedom, look to the advances we have made. Airships soar through the clouds. Lowly scribes cast spells of swiftness and strength. Our cities throb with wealth and progress. No longer must we barter with gods for the merest enchantment. Humanity rules its destiny, like the Emberians of the past. And yet, there are those in our midst who would see it all torn down. Outside Union borders, the Wiccans and their gods are more powerful than ever. Their spies and priests still lurk in every corner of the Union, some even hidden and protected by our own traitorous citizens. And despite these dangers, what do we discuss in our councils? Reform? Softer punishments for god worship? I call this foolishness of the highest regard. Many know of Beatrice Webb. She has made quite a name for herself here in Riova. She attests that our methods are too harsh, that god worship should be punished with a mere fine, and that censure of texts should be ended, bringing about a freedom of the quill. I argue that such things would in no uncertain terms bring about the destruction of the Apostatic Union. It is only by a hair's breadth that we can stay ahead of our many enemies. The Wiccans would see our realms torn apart, our magical progress abolished, and the rule of the gods reinstated. Nay, our punishments are not too harsh, they are too soft. I would see Wiccan sympathizers hung before I bow to another god. I am old enough to remember Wiccan tyranny, and I would die before I see it reinstated. I saw... Yeah, how do I get down there? Is there like a way out? 'Cause if I just take this, then it's gonna take me down below. Oh, maybe I can walk on those chains. Potion. Dollars. Door. And now, we are back in Pwill. The vast mushroom forests. I want to see if I can get up to that little walkway that's around the middle of this. Looks like you can drop to this, but no, if you do that, you're not going to be able to get to there. Also looks like there's a window. Am I supposed to be able to jump off the elevator as it descends? I don't think I can. Welp. Ow. Yes, you can. And, don't do that if you don't have the fall damage ring equipped. I should have had that. Featherfoot. No, we'll keep that on. Oh, the summoner earring, yes. At long last, we have a summon spell. Goblin mask. Hard stuff, Rakeel. Alright, well, that didn't work as well as I would have liked, but that's okay, I got the spell I was after. Also, gotta slot it. Boop. Ah, Rakela.
Dragon fruit.
Okay. Haha. Dragon fruits. My favorites. Nom, 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 nom. I will endeavor to remember that, Rakela. Thank you very much for telling me. Alright, so we were going to do some explorationing. Do not mind. It's something of a shibboleth. Oh, that's Ferropolis right there. I am unfamiliar with that word. Smash? Dang, need level 5. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Get our lockpicking stuff out. Need a 3. Boom. Little tiny bits of money. And fine ore. Oh, bridge is up. I think I know where this leads. And it is a place we'll be coming back here later. When we have reason to come here. So let's just it's looking kind of dark. Maybe it's nighttime. Nope, this way. And then... Gazebo! Afro's mechanical arm gives you a fluid salutation. How goes our task, friend? Why is this city full of silk slugs? She looks around. Oh dear, again? I'm afraid I had my nose in my notes on the way here. The king's affection for silk slugs is a long-standing mystery, but not our most pressing. How else can I empower you? I found the king's message in the graveyard. Really? She reads the transcript excitedly. Let's see. Could it? No, wait. Oh. Oh! She beams up at you. Stars aflame, so I wasn't imagining it. This confirms my analysis. The king is speaking to us, and we must show that we have heard. How did you know about that weird tune? She looks embarrassed. Well, it was just a guess. The king outputs so much information every day, I just look for patterns. Ah, but I mustn't bore you. No, I'm totally interested. I get the sense there was some spark of inspiration. She seemed surprised. Oh, well, to tell the truth, I had a dream about it. I saw myself walking in a graveyard, following that tune, and then finding... Now listen, I don't want you to think I'm some sort of crazed mystic. I spend so long buried in royal output logs, I sometimes fall asleep on the parchment. I think the dream was only my mind's way of pointing out a pattern I'd missed. Anyway, back to the matter at hand. The king speaks a dialect of cipher language known as six-fold cipher. We read about that before. It was really confusing. It's tremendously difficult for human brains to parse. So, for your audience, you'll need a cranial moderator installed into your skull. Installed into my what? Don't worry, it's quite safe. All new machinists receive one when we pass our exams. There's only one cranial engineer still alive who's qualified to install them. Luckily, she has a soft spot for me. Seek out Morozov in the mountains north of Ferropolis. Tell her I sent you. Mention the Sadovsky problem, and she'll fix you up. Any questions? I have concerns about this skull machine. What's so alarming? Would you hesitate to enhance your eyes with spectacles, or replace a rotten tooth with gold? You must understand, the royal language opens many doors here. Most people would give their left hands to speak it. Any further questions? How do I find Morozov? Morozov and I are old friends, though I haven't seen her in forever. These days, she communicates only via letters and parcels. You'll spot her tower easily enough, high on a mountaintop to the north. As for how to reach it, I'm afraid she has not deigned to share the route with me, despite my entreaties. She's not fond of visitors, you see. Can't someone else install the moderator? Our other cranial engineers were victims of academic disagreements. The guild has tried to use less qualified engineers with messy results. Alas, Morozov is too smart to train any replacements. How I miss that mad woman. Are you sure you're still friends? I'm fairly sure. Our bond was too deep to be shattered by mere distance. Yes, we are very close. We are best friends. Alright, I get it. Okay. And we'll be back. Alright, we need to get a thing put into our brain. Just need one of Elon Musk's brain chips. I'm gonna recharge my mana first. Boop. Alright, back this way. This is north, right? No, map. Oh, dang it. Yeah. See, this is where we're going. See, it's even marked. We've been there before. Morozov's Tower. Ah, crud. My speed spell wore off. Oh, hang on, hang on. Ah, shoot, missed it. There we go. Summon Skeleman! Summon Skeleman! Summon Skeleman! Continue oh, we're out of mana. Kick his ass, Skeleman friends! Sure, it cost all of our mana, but what price wouldn't you pay to sit back and just let someone else fight all your battles for you? And they're going to follow us. They also have no health left, so that's bad. In fact, is their health ticking down? No. So if your spellcasting skill is not high enough, then summons will gradually lose health over time. But because we are a mighty wizard, then ours stay forever, or until they die of natural causes. The machine emits a buzz, then a distorted human voice. Go away! Nobody's home! If nobody's home, then who are you? Like I said, nobody. Nobody here. Nothing available. Get the picture? Well, maybe I want to talk to nobody about nothing. Anyway, I'm looking for Morozov. Is this the right tower? Never heard of him. Chief Interpreter Afra sent me, but it's about the Sadovsky problem. A long pause, then a loud clunk. Door's unlocked. Wipe your boots. Hang on, I'm just gonna peek around. Uh-oh. Oh, dang it. My skeletons are actually blocking me from going that way now. Up we... Alright. They'll wait down there. Yeah, don't mind me. Just gonna loot your house real quick. We need to pick this. Already set up for it. There we go. Tiny bits of money. Treasure. Treasure chest. Terrifying bottled vision. Hang on. Upstairs. There's an upstairs. Book? The Romance of the Scarab, Part 4. By Milo Casimir, 1431. Property of the Library of Untruths. Borrowed by Pierce Koblisky, Senior Interpreter. Due year 23, month 0, day 30, returned. Borrowed by Afra Gray, Junior Interpreter. Due year 25, month 5, day 0, returned. Borrowed by Bella Morozov. Due year 26, month 4, day 15. I don't know what day it is in the game right now. The slip she sat in, like the morning dew, clung to her bosom. The cloth was perfumed gauze, cleaving so closely to her nubile curves that the looking-glass itself was lovesick for her. There lay fair Gibberabbleblan in silken chains, dripping her tears upon some subtle tome, dreading the dawn in which she was to wed the hated Melaphon, the man of sludge. All day and night her nimble mind had raced through every twist and runnel of this maze, yet finding walls whichever way she turns, inexorable duty on all sides. Now weeps, shuts out the world, and hopelessly seeks consolation in philosophy. Then, when her last oil is nearly spent, there sounds the thunderous beat of whirring wings, and through her window climbs a limber shape, half flesh and blood, half chitin, hard as bone, his pinions snapping back into their sheaths, the keen blade of his body honed by war, casting his molten gaze upon her form. Who else but brave Gehenna's mortal foe? the brazen Emir's champion, and the scourge, who smashed her father's fleet. Aye, that same beast, who paused upon the brink of the abyss, beneath the embers of a dying star, to steal from her soft lips one hurried kiss. The chosen of his god, bold Alcazar. No coward was Geharblubblubling. Quick as a flash, she seized upon the folio where she had stashed a last resort, lest she at length decide to rob her suitor of his grudging bride, then draws her poisoned bookmark from its place, and points the dagger, quivering at his face. At this, the monster gave a savage laugh, and with a voice like magma, thus he snarled, "Well met, my lady. 5 days have passed since my world shattered in your gentle grip. 5 nights of sleepless agony, 5 deaths. The scarab bids me to conquer, and my oath, sealed by ancient magic and my blood, no more permits me to defy her will than to stop the rushing tides or boil the sea. You are the ward of her sworn foe, yet I would sooner tear my left arm from its joint than cause you grief. I would sooner plunge myself, writhing, howling into the depths of hell, than live without your beauty one more day." Rarn Stuff Feathers, we're reading a very spicy book. "Therefore I beg, if you are merciful, as you are charming to my compound eye, show pity on this wretch, and drive that blade into this aching breast that I may die." Silence itself stands afraid to breathe. Only the comely maiden's heaving chest, in counterpoint with the demon's heavy pant, betrays the riot in our lovers' hearts. And yet, as the poet reigns the rebel mass by harnessing their wrath to a higher cause, so Geharblubblublam's whirling mind espied a chance, defying the mute god with her eloquence, and stepping closer with each point he grants. She put Alcazar these arguments. "The scarab longs for peace. Is that not so?" "It is," growls he. She takes another step. "Yet she is proud and jealous, quick to rage." "She is. So if I slay her chosen now, the vengeance upon vengeance shall prevail until your house and mine are burned to ash." Her face is close enough that his hot breath burns her on her cheeks, and only a finger's width between their loins. He cannot but assent. "You know," she sighs, square, "that I am to be wed?" A storm of grief upon his brow. "To whom?" "To Meliphon. My coney is the price of his allegiance to my father's flag, and with him a mighty army, even you could not hope to oppose. But," she murmurs, laying her dainty hand upon his breast, "if I am deflowered, I cannot wed. Forsooth, what else could better serve your god than union twixt square ? She does not reach the end. No sage was Alcazar, but nor a fool. For as he pondered each new postulate, woven together by our scholar's wit, so rosy-fingered understanding crept from out behind the overshadowing isle of duty, and bathed his mind in blazing light, as shackles from the weary convict's hands fall shattered on the searing crystal sands, or as a raging river long contained overtops its dam and courses down the plain, so too his vows released him, and the beast, his feral passion utterly unleashed, unfettered, uncontrollable, and unquenched, fell ravenously on the tender wench. In iron claws he clasps his willing prey, tears off her nightgown, tosses it away, then lifts her like a warlord with his thrall, and thrusts her helplessly against the wall. Has this always been rhyming? Toppling candlesticks scattering her combs while scripture falls, forgotten on the stones, ravishing with rough mandibles his prize, compelling from her mouth such blissful cries, and blah 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 her legs around his spine, embracing sweet surrender, loss divine. The dark star of her heart in full eclipse at last allows that tongue to part her lips, and press inside and find what she has lost. Let loose the joyous dawn, and damn the cost. Rawr. Anyway, let's get a thing plugged into our brain. The stout aging machinist looks surprised to see you. Installing an OS on an old machine. Is it the one that you showed me? The one that's like a case from like the late 90s? Yep. What OS are you installing on it? Also, it looks like this lady has really weird, crazy hair. Arc Linux? Ah. And here I was thinking you're going like Windows 98 or something. What? How'd you get inside? Get out of here right now or my security will fry to a crisp. You let me in. I'm the official door lock inspector. You failed. What? Why in the hell would I do that? I'll have you know, I'm in the middle of some very important work. You notice a cheaply bound romance open, spine up beside her, plus stacks of dirty plates and half-empty teacups. Feathers wants an OS that works. Windows 98 works. Just don't connect it to the internet. Afro wants me to get a cranial modulator? Moderator, sweetheart. It's a cranial moderator. She scratches her head. Afra, huh? Bitch won't even write to me, and now she wants a favor. I guess she knows I can't say no to her. What is the Sadovsky problem, anyway? It's a famous problem in cipher theory about whether you could use an advanced time spell to go backwards. We were both assigned to work on it years ago. It's how we met. Morozov shakes her head. That dumb bitch. You know her well? Know her? Me and Afra, we go way back. What's she dreaming about these days? Don't tell me. I don't want any part of it. Morozov shakes her head. That dumb bitch. So you'll help? Sure. I guess technically it's my job or something. My condolences on becoming her new recruit. If you ask me, the guild's a sinking ship. Now listen, sweetheart, getting your brain to accept a big hunk of gears as part of itself ain't exactly a cakewalk. I need a slice of your meat that's got deep connections to all the rest. Pick a person, someone you really cherished. See, someone that made you who you are. You're gonna forget them, and I'm gonna stick the cranial moderator in their place. It'll be as dear to you as they were. Don't tell me about them. I don't care. Just think of them. Say your goodbyes. Has modern hardware, mostly a Ryzen 3600X CPU, an RTX 2080 Ti, and 16 gigs of RAM. And a floppy drive, too. It's got a floppy drive. Forget your parents. You've given up on trying to make them understand. Forget your first love. You needn't carry that heartbreak anymore. Forget your best friend. It hurts to think how much you've grown apart. Forget your mentor. You still feel the sting of their disappointment. We gotta give up something. Well, fortunately, I paid attention during the intro, and I remember that whenever we were children, our parents sold us to some scholar people, and that's how we became a mage. Don't think we need to remember that. So, bye, Mom and Dad. That's right, just like that. Come to Mama. You fall into a black and timeless place. Ouch! Your screen flashes red because you took damage. When you come to, your head feels heavier than before. Stupid thing. Where'd I leave it? Hey now, look who's awake. How you doing, sweetheart? Arg, blurg, and glug. I'm gonna go with blurg. Truer words were never spoken, hon. Well, seems the moderator went in nice and smooth. Congratulations, you're part machine. All cop. So, what can I do now that it's installed? Are there any drawbacks? Oh, sure. Watch out for migraines, seizures, deafness, blindness, aneurysms, nightmares, prophetic dreams, mental decline, partial or total amnesia, paranoia, delusions, of being dead, religious ecstasy and or agony, out-of-body experiences, Wycliffe's idiocy, gangrene. Yep, everyone died of gangrene. You want to come in for a checkup every few years. Some of those metals are a little toxic. Worst of all, whenever someone has a problem with the king's magic, I'll ask you to fix it. I should have farmed silk slugs. Makes sense. What can I do now that it's installed? Well, now you can understand the six-fold cipher language of our glorious king. Read it, write it, speak it, hear it, or shove it up your ass for all I care. Thanks. Guess we're done. Don't mention it, darling. No, really, don't. In fact, leave my tower. Don't speak to me again. Nothing personal, but I got a hot date with a cheese wheel I've been saving. Something else I want to talk about. Can't you leave a girl in peace? What do you want? Can I ask you some questions? Doesn't seem like I can stop you. What do you want to know? Tell me about yourself. Name's Morozov. I'm a cranial engineer, which means I know how to jam a bunch of clockwork into your brain without turning you into a prize cabbage. And if that weren't talent enough, I'm also one of this kingdom's most prolific dreamers. If you've ever tried a bottle vision, chances are you've sampled the fruit of this crafty old noggin. She knocks on the side of her head. So you're involved in the vision trade? Involved? I practically keep it in business. I sell lots of visions. I buy, too. You might call me a connoisseur. You gotta know good art to make good art, right? Vision trade's about the only business we got left in this kingdom, and it ain't hard to see why. Folk outside the kingdom go crazy for it, too. I guess however bad things get, our dreams are still worth something. What else you want to know? I wonder if we could have also resolved, what's her name? The girl that overdosed on the bottled visions. If we could have resolved her quest in a different way if we came here instead. Dang. Too bad we can't go back and try that. What are you doing all the way out here? I saw this coming, you know. The winter, the corruption, all of it. We're close enough. It didn't take a genius to see things that would get bad. See things would get bad. It's all there in the royal output logs, not to mention right before your eyes. So, made a big noise about needing peace and quiet for my work. What can I say? The girl's a drama queen. Guild gave me this tower, and here I am, in blessed isolation. At least until some galoot like you shows up. You're remarkably frank about the kingdom's problems. She grins toothily. A rare quality, ain't it? What are they gonna do, hang me? Then who will keep all their skulls ticking away and fix up the new recruits? The guild loves to eat its own, but all the other cranial engineers got eaten long ago. Go ahead, report me. They love to shoot the messenger too. I was just making an observation. Listen, darling. You didn't ask, but take it from me. The Clockwork Kingdom is doomed. If you're smart, you'll do as I do. Just find a safe place to hole up and stay put till it all comes crashing down. You really think there's no hope? Oh, you can always hope, darling. Be my guest. We done? Okay, we're done. I'll leave you to your work. Whoop. Unfortunately, my skeleton summons do not recall with me. They are still over on the mountain. And they're not going to make their way over here until I get close enough for them to see me again. So they're just going to be over there. We got Bingo, we got Screamer, and we got Death Battle. Or Death Rattle. Death Rattle makes more sense, but maybe they're fans of Death Battle. The spell's been unequipped. Zoom. Move out of my way. Can't you see I'm going too fast? Oh, Afra's gone. Dang it. Okay. I guess we gotta sleep until night. I wonder, do we have a forge in here? Should also just see if there's... Yeah, there's more to upgrade. Okay, yep, yeah, all that's good. Yep, we're just gonna go ahead and doot. Come on. No? Oh! We need way more of the swingy balls. Well, oops. Let's go see if any of those have respawned back at the beginning of the game, or our own house. To Hallowtown. Alright, that's not opening up, so that's not a good sign. Check our iron mine. Nope, not back, and probably not back. Okay. Well, a couple of the plants have returned, but not the swingy ball. Rusty armor. We need more iron to upgrade that. Modest cap, or... Let's go with the modest cap. We can upgrade that to an extravagant hat. To max out our charm. Boop. Though many in the apostatic union think themselves above petty superficiality, they will still be wooed by a person in a fancy hat. And we... Oh, we've got enough for the Arcanist hat as well. Whoop. A veritable thinking crown. Practically an entire arcane education can be had just by popping this on your head. It's also devilishly stylish. And we'll go ahead and we can upgrade this. Wait, back up. No, there we go. The scruffy attire. Simple clothing of the apostatic union. While such garments are unlikely to impress, they bear the undeniable charm of a hard-working laborer. Let's upgrade it to the modest attire. Finely woven garments that lend their wearer an air of respectability. The denizens of the apostatic union place a high value on appearances, so shopkeepers should look upon you more favorably. That's not what this does. That isn't what regen does. I am a modest dragon. I am very humble. And, okay, we are out of fancy threads. I am the most modest dragon. There are none who are more humble than I. I am the bestest of the humble dirgs. See, everyone agrees. I am the mostest of the humblest and the bestests. You know what? Screw it. We're going down. Whee! Crunch. But it's fine because we've got a ring that lets us fall really far. Alright, we need more of the swingy ball plants. They seem to be unfortunately rare. Ever talk to you? You see that huge statue? Yes. Okay, we've talked to this guy. Yep. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Whoop. There's one. It's a shame they don't hang low, even though they're out there swinging to and fro. Well, they're swingy balls, not ears, so do not tie them in a knot or a bow. Unless someone's into that? Yee, shinies! Also, more swingy balls. We need a bunch of them, though, and that's kind of unfortunate. Oh. Where's our brainworm? Brainworm. Uh-huh. Yes. Thank you, brainworm. We got a level up. We got a swingy ball. We got a modest treasure. Just gotta grab those swinging balls with your paws. It's too easy with those plants. That's been the joke this entire time, yes. We want that, and I guess the mask. Alright, so that's... I think that brings us up to 4. Free eyeballs! It's my favorite price. Why is there money on this road? How did I miss that all these times I've come through here? Oh, there's just a bunch of dead bodies over here? Okay. Ow! I was admiring your pile of corpses. Leave me alone. Many things in this world seem to come in orb form. Considering how difficult it is to do curves with this many polygons, having things as balls is actually kind of brave of them. There's anything up here? Nope. We already got the mushroom wine. I don't even remember how many more of these things we need. Just warp back home and find out. Wrong home. If all the water flows off the side of the island, how does it not run out? It's best not to think about things like that. Is there a water cycle to the islands? Well, there's a particle emitter. Except it's not a particle, is it? Like, yeah, where's all this water coming from? You'd think that thing would have run out in a day. It's something that's always bugged me about, like, floating islands. As cool of a concept as it is, they would be horribly impractical for pretty much any purpose. At least this game acknowledges the fact that there's nothing holding them down, so they're just kind of drifting all over the planet. It's the power of the druids? No, it's the mystery of the druids. Time for an early sleep. Alright, night, Draco. Have a good early sleeps. I kind of want an early sleeps as well. I woke up super early this morning. Well, for me, like 7 o'clock. And for no good reason. It's just, my body said, guess what? You're up now. And I said, I don't want to be. Too bad. Oh, we are sleepy. Alright, levels ups. We're going to put this into wisdom. Bong. Gonna max out our spell casts. And we also need 2 more swingy balls. Let's go all the way back to Vea's gunship. Zoom! Nope, that has not come back yet. Ah, but this one has. Alright, just need one more. Just one more and we're good. Just one more. Magic talons, yes. Sharp, pointy claws. Rah, rah. Nope, nothing down there. And we might not even be able to make it back inside there. Yeah, we can't even make this jump. Never mind that jump. Vroom! Hang on. Oh. Remember when that floating head thing told us that there was a stock of lockpicks right next to him, and there wasn't, and we really needed a lockpick? Good times. The apostatic union is just full of lies. But there we go. That should be last one. My sword is shiny. This is very golden, and it has like little runes written on it, which I am always a fan of runes written on swords. And this isn't even its final form. Clockwork Kingdom. Hey, how dare you close that door? Oh, wrong spell. And done. Okay. Our house is now all upgraded. We have 3 homes now. We've got the one that's in the Endless Realm. We've got our main manor that's over in Hallowshire. And then we've got this one here. Wait. Save. That way we can use our little teleport home and not end up back at the manor. Because when we are out traveling on an adventure in foreign lands, we don't need to mind our manners. We have other houses we can use. Afra's mechanical arm gives you a fluid salutation. How goes our task, friend? Head full of gears, as requested. Splendid! You're practically one of us now, eh? I promise you won't regret it. I've been studying the message you retrieved from the graveyard, and I think Its Majesty wants us to pass it on elsewhere, but not by the usual channels. In the corrupted lands, there is a royal broadcast beacon, formerly used to send signals down to the underlands. It was abandoned when the corruption overtook the area, and has since fallen into disrepair. However, the king has not forgotten it. Unfortunately, the beacon is no longer answering remote commands, which means you, and I am truly sorry for this, must deliver the message in person. She hands you a weighty folder of forest green leather. This is what machinists call a punch card. It's a way of recording information so the king can understand. In this case, music. Wow, punch cards. Technology is just so advanced here. Use the punch card to open the tower door. Then insert it into the apparatus at the top of the beacon. This sounds incredibly dangerous. Oh, very much so. Ordinarily, I wouldn't contemplate such a journey, and I truly wish I could go myself, but if Sunil notices I'm absent for too long, our whole plan will be sunk. My advice? Try not to enter any structure not fixed to the ground. Cleanup workers are your friends. If you taste lilac, turn back immediately, and if you see an eyeball, do not meet its gaze. If you need respite, I believe there is a royal cleanup camp in that area, although I've never been there myself. Anything else? Why would you want to send signal to the Underlands? We asked the king the same question. Its Majesty was adamant that someone or something might be alive down there, and that contacting them was somehow critical to the kingdom's future. Alas, no response ever came. Anything else? How do I get to the Corrupted Lands? The Corrupted Lands are to the southeast of here, across a great chasm carved out by the king's machines. Officially, there's no way in, but I found records of an old abandoned digging engine in that area that might offer you a path. I'll have the king conjure the access code directly into your cranial moderator. Just picture me in your mind's eye with as much detail as you can, and I'll come to you. And it'll come to you. I'm not very good at picture thinking. Yeah, I can do that. I'm okay at that. But let's say we're not. She smiles mischievously. Why not try it anyway? With all that new plumbing in your skull, you might be surprised. He's big stretch. Oh. No. Okay. Fine. That's all. But if I become a monster, I eat you first. Entirely fair. Let's see. Silk slugs, the beacon. Nope. We're good. Let's go. All the luck in the world. Right, speedy go fast. Whoop, hit that, turn around, and we're bolting through the snow. Disregarding fall damage because of our little featherfoot ring. Disregarding fall damage. Maybe I could have just jumped from the top of the city. Not like it hurt. Hey, you. Hang on, there's my spell. Whoop, bam! Don't mind me, I'm just gonna loot this place while you're trying to chase after me. Aha! Let me just pop that. You missed. Alright, looking for lore objects. Like this. Uh-huh. Something has changed. Attention, all citizens. It is of utmost gravity. You immediately report all the signs of corruption. Oh, we've read this before. And we get, just some minor things. Oh. Are there more things to pick? Or more lore things? Gold lock usually means there are. Or there's some other way to open it beyond just lockpicking. Granted, we could probably just lockpick it. I think we should just do that. So, give me my mechanical lockpick and my lock bug. We're still wearing our lockpick helmet. Easy. Even got a fresh lockpick that we didn't need because we're full. Boom. Introduction to sixfold. Oh, we've. Why sixfold? Sixfold? Is this a different book? The number 6 enjoys many virtues that make it exceptionally suitable for applied cipher magic. 6 is a superior, highly composite number, meaning that it is highly divisible in comparison to its size. Compare 6 divisible by 1, 2, 3, and itself to 10, which is almost twice as large, yet still has the same number of divisors, 1, 2, 5, and itself. And you will see what we mean. 6 is also the smallest perfect number, meaning it is equal to the sum of its proper divisors, 1, 2, and 3. Perhaps for these reasons, 6-sided shapes, or hexagons, are ubiquitous in the natural world. In the waxen structures and compound eyes of insects, in crystal formations, in snowflakes and surfaces of neutron stars, in the foam and froth formed by bubbling liquids, these and other qualities recommend 6 as a number of remarkable occult potency. The number 12 enjoys similar qualities and is likewise highly divisible by 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 in itself. In the late 0th century ante-Rex during the Gad War, engineers of the old Cardovan Republic indeed considered 12, along with 2, 3, 4, 8, and 60, as alternate foundations for the cipher-powered war machines that would eventually give rise to the Clockwork King. However, several factors influenced the adoption of 6-fold rather than 12-fold cipher. A fateful decision that would set the pattern for our present glorious age. First, the average human being who has, according to basic statistical principles, slightly fewer than 10 fingers is able, by using their closed fist to represent the number 0, to count up to 6 numerals with one hand. This made components based on 6-fold easier to assemble and work for Cardova's mostly unlettered workshop laborers. Second, the Cardovan proto-machinists understood the importance of semiclausal symmetry, and hence knew that using 12-fold cipher would require a 12-letter clause. Such long clauses would make it many times more challenging to manufacture mechanical components that could accommodate them without suffering arcane complications such as accretive cross-contagion, echo rot, and over-sympathy. While doubtless multiplying the human toll described in the introduction of our first volume, these phenomena and their solutions are explained at length in that excellent publication, An Introduction to Occult Engineering. Third, in the week preceding the final decision of the Cardovan Committee assigned to settle this question, the chairman of the committee performed a private rite of divination using the innards of a small domestic animal. This ritual supposedly advised him to consume a dangerous dosage of powdered wraith mold, a moss-like fungus with trance-inducing qualities, traditionally used by some Wiccans as a sacrament. Under this influence, the chairman experienced a vision of the whole cosmos as an infinitely nested arrangement of overwhelmingly symmetrical six-sided forms, and thereafter successfully persuaded his associates to select sixfold. Hence, whenever you are overcome by the joy and simplicity of working with sixfold cipher, you may remind yourself, it's all thanks to the humble wraith mold. It's all thanks to hallucinogenic drugs. Our entire civilization, our whole technology and mathematical system is based on a guy getting high. And here is our big digging machine. Before we go up, we want to go down. Yawn. Rar and stuff ties in. I did not get enough sleep last night, and I am yawning at stream. But we are about to enter the corrupted lands. Wait, what's going on with... Hang on. I need to kill this guy because, boom! Blap. There. Alright. Something was going on weird with... What is happening with this texture? It's like nothing is rotating how it should be. The Corrupted Lands the end game? Nope. We just have to go there for the Clockwork Kingdom. It's a local problem that the Clockwork Kingdom is having. Oh. Add that to our map. Aha! It's acting like a finished PS1 game. The true retro feel. Yeah. They're embracing the weird graphic jank of the era. I wonder. Let's put on our brain slug for a moment and see if there are any secret passages. Does not look like it. This is a good use of our mana. Oh, something shiny up there. Looks like a lockpick we don't need, though. Let's see. The skeleton summon thing and mask. I'm going to keep the Featherfall ring on, just because bad things can happen at any moment. Don't think we can even get onto that machine over there. Nope, nothing back there. The control console is caked with dirt and dust. A spider skitters away from the hole where an indicator light has been torn out. Nobody's been here for a long time. PS1 textures, yes. Scale is PS3, if not higher. Yeah, it's high resolution, well, screen resolution, but still very PS1 crunchy graphics. Amidst the decay, you spy a keypad with 6 round keys. Let's see. Let's just try the access codes that we were given by the librarian. You methodically punch in the numbers, occasionally pausing to squint at Genevieve's tiny handwriting. Most of them fail until you try the final one. 050451. Somewhere beneath your feet, an engine thrums to life. The metal catwalk begins to vibrate. And I do my little turn on the catwalk. And now we are in the Corrupted Lands. It looks a lot like the other place, except there's a lot more squishy flesh. It's hanging from trees. It's climbing the trees. Treasure chest. Barred from the other side. The city of progress is where our glorious kingdom is forging the future with our own hands. Exciting opportunities are available for wire weavers, phosphorus whiskers, steam lathe and drill press operators, compressed air workers, hazard pay applies. Infrahull rune engravers must be shorter than 4 feet 11 inches. Void fumigators and dethomatizers. Long live the king. Oh! Sir? Ma'am? Are you okay? Whoa! Wha! And then die of poison. Blah, 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 blah. Ah, we had a key for this one. Some ammunitions. Let's see if there's another way to open that. Where's my charm spell? You two fight each other. Be my friend. And our treasure, da-na-na-na, Spectral Shield. This spell generates an arcane shield that is impervious to damage, while the caster has mana to maintain it. Draining to cast and sustain, this spell has nevertheless saved many a mage from an otherwise certain death. Oh, they're finished. Uh-oh. Be my friends again. Blah, 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 blah. Good job. Alright, we have to go back now. Oh, that's right. I was going to look around for lore objects and stuff. Okay, fine. We'll just pick the lock. Need a 4. Got a 3. Didn't use the lock pick. Got a 1. Broke that pick. Got a 1. 3 ones in a row. I've got the best luck. Fine ore. Meh. It's fine. Probably can't get under that. Oh, we can. Doesn't really do anything for us, but we can. Remember, they said that if an eye looks at us, do not meet its gaze. Well, it's not really looking at us, so I think we're safe. Brain slug. Show me secrets. Aha! Splish, splish, splish. Iron! Locked from the other side. Take off the brain slug. Splish, 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 splish. Alright. Resume brain slug. Hang on. Swingy ball plant. From the corrupted lands. Probably totally safe to use. Parry God. Uh-oh, we're out of mana. Blah, 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 blah. Should probably not be wearing the brain slug so much. Doesn't matter though, because, you know, we're out of mana at this point. So taking it off, eh. I don't even have another accessory? What do you call these? Trinkets? I don't even have another trinkets that I can put into that slot that would be useful for most situations. Let's see. No, no, no. Not whenever I'm out of mana. Ow. Did not block that. Give me just a second. Okay, I want Ring of Potency. Whoop. Give me some mana. Alright, now we're good. Rare and stuff BP. Now die from poison. Bleh. A bitter roar. Smash. Need a might of 4, and it doesn't look like there's another way to open this door. We have to break it down. There's no lock, unless there are lore objects around here. It's just a potion, though, so it's not that big of a deal. But someday our strength will be up there. Maybe. I think we can get to 4. We don't need to increase our guile anymore. Or maybe I would want to. Because if I did, then we could probably get away with using a bow. Their voice is metallic and distorted through their helmet. Don't try anything funny or you're toast. And I mean the black and charcoaly kind. Sir, you're not doing a great job of cleaning this place up. Even through their helmet, you can hear the panic in their voice. I'm telling you, I knew that face! I know it's impossible, but I knew that face! Their voice comes through harsh and commanding through their helmet. Gawked enough, have you? Had your fill? If you didn't even respect, you'd piss off right back to Ferropolis. Even through their helmet, you can hear the panic in their voice. I knew their face too! I know none of you will believe me, not even the other guy that's saying that he knew that person's face. I knew their face! It sounds like there's fire, but I don't see any fire. Maybe that's the corruption. Ooh. Gold lock. Well, let's just pick it. It's supposed to be on fire, was in your game. I guess sometimes, oops. 1 fine ore. Maybe if I like exit out and reload, it'll be there. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, scribble this on our map. Doot, 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 doot. Pew! Pew! Skeleton minions! Kill! Oh, I can't summon here? Why not? Why can I not summon here? Alright, fine. Bruh. Lockpick. Okay, we're set. Oh, never mind. We have the key for that one. You're a fine ore. I don't know what that means, but thanks. That's a good pickup line. It's like, are you better than iron? Because you're looking pretty fine. The control panel is a dizzying array of levers, dials, and buttons, many smashed or corroded. Among them is a slot like an entry port waiting for input. A howling wind whips snow and ash across her face. Punch cards! Insert the punch card with the king's message. The card jams in the slot, but you give it a good shove. For a moment, nothing happens. The whole tower begins to vibrate. Are you gold? Because look at you shine. Turkana is gold. Needles jump back and forth on their dials. A transistor bursts in a shower of glass. She is very shiny, yes. One by one, indicator lights go green as the beacon reconnects with its long-lost king. Above you, the giant antenna crackles into life and emits a pulse of silent sound, felt in your belly rather than heard. The pulse continues at regular intervals, singing a song that only your bones can hear, broadcasting a monarch's lonely cry down to the underlands. Suddenly, the control panel crackles and squeals before emitting a familiar voice. God's damn thing even worked? Hey, asshole, are you hearing this? Mikhail, is that you? Misha? No, this is ancient mummified queen of the Underlands, here to tell you that you have a stupid nose. Pinhead, nincompoop, friggin'. Listen, we don't have long with this device, so pay attention. Misha has some friends who have been watching you through the king's eyes. They know all about Chief Interpreter Afra and her big plan. Enough to cannot be trusted. Go down in Ferropolis. Find a market trader called Reza. Ask them the 7th letter. Do this before you Afra's punch card. Understand? Was that about the 7th letter? It appears Mikhail can no longer hear you. You and I believe we have seen each other's souls. We have and discussed philosophy. Nothing matters. This, Misha is asking you as a friend. There's nothing more save the roar of static. Here it is. Whee! Ow. You know what we could do? Boop. And behold! Back to the other side. We can go super fast back to our house where we shall... Yeah, we'll just poke the save point and get our mana back and then go back in there. Maybe a little bit of healing. Boop. And super speed. Save point again. And let's go. We are very fast. Now we do need to go back to the city and find that person, Reza. But before we do that, we also have one more thing we need to do here. We have we are looking for a missing person. You're searching for Oleg's missing child, who has somehow been erased from his memory. You found the child's official file in the Library of Untruths, learning that they were part of a secret experiment called Project Horoscope. The child was last seen in the corrupted lands, far southeast of Ferropolis. Find the Royal Cleanup Camp, and see if anyone there can help. Hang on. There's also brainworm. That's the burning house. I know there was something. And I don't remember exactly where it was, but there was something. I only remember that it was off the Corrupted Lands, but I guess it's not here. Well, that used up a good amount of our mana for nothing. I wish there was a save point over in this way, too. So we could just restore our mana without having to use potions. Brain Slug. Oh, wait, that might be it over there. Brain Slug off. Okay, now half of our mana is gone. And I haven't even found the thing that I'm looking for yet. I think I saw a little ledge sticking out. And I guess maybe it's... Nope, this might be it. This might be what I'm after. Whee! Plop. Oh, look at this dead end. There's nothing here. We'll just have to... Oh, no, there's more. Okay. Well, Brain Slug. Nothing there. But look. Treetops. And follow the trees. Is this invisible? Oh, yep, that's an illusion, but I mean, it's kind of obvious that there's a thing there. Secret tunnel. And is this just gonna cut back through to the other side? Is this where we came in a minute ago? I believe it is. Yep. You know, I'm not going to super speed, because that costs a lot of mana. Instead, we find a Cyclops. Or wait, no, not Cyclops. He has two eyes. He's just a giant. Da-na-na-na. Heart of the Sun Twin. After the burial of their mother, the Sun Goddess, and her twin sister fled into hiding.
But I want super speed.
Alright, then we shall super speed! For them, there would be no such lavish burial. Together, the twins' keys grant entry to the underground tomb of the Mother Goddess. Well, we've only found one key. He's on a flesh break. He'll get back to work tomorrow. Cliff Racer. Our super speed ran off. So, doing it again. Can I got the ring? Yep. Okay, let's go. Whee! Ouch. But not ouch. Yep. Ow, my ankles! Ryan stuff out of cash. Are fine. They made The noise. They did make the noise. I think it's just because I'm old and everything makes the noise. They give you a rough whack on the shoulder, perhaps intended as a companionable pat. Don't worry, pal. If you're here without protection, you're already dead. Yep, always use protection. Or else you're already dead. Brain slug. Let's check out this wall. Alright, scribble this on our map. Alright, that thing's loud. It's making a heck of a racket, and I don't know what it is. Easy. Open door. Get skull. Boom. Yep, another house that just sounds like it's on fire. Their voice is metallic and distorted through their helmet. Anyone or anything could be corrupted out here, so you better keep your distance, tourist. I assure you that I am not corruptible at all. I am pure and innocent, as far as anyone can prove. Sealed by an unseen device. Lore objects. Like this. Something's changed. Alright, so just the one. And inside we have treasure. Ring of Stamina. Boosts the stamina of its wearer. Trapped within the gem is a spell which bonds the wearer's nervous system. Bonds with the wearer's nervous system. Although once mass-produced, antique rings like this have become a rarity. Let's grab this swingy ball right here. This cleanup worker is tearing hungrily at a hunk of black bread like a rabid dog. They do not respond except to make an obscene gesture at you. Look, I wasn't going to say anything about your horrible, gross bread. I used to eat that in EverQuest. I used to summon black bread and brown water. And I never heard any complaints. Right, there's a house down there. Whoop. Hang on. Land here. Okay. Then down. Wait, I didn't need to do that. I could have just dropped. We don't take fall damage because we got the ring. The cleanup worker mutters to himself as if you're not even there. Be a hero, they said. Save the kingdom, they said. And you had to go and listen, didn't you? It's barred from the other side? Well, how get? How do you get in there? How get? Oh, the ceiling is open. Wait, seriously? From up? Okay. You guys ready for some parkour? Can I climb this, or is that... Nope, that is down only. Hey, this looks kind of like our house back at the Ferropolis. Except worse. A little bit worse shape. We need a might of 4 to break that wall. And it looks like there's potions and a little crate in there. I don't see anything else that's super exciting. If there was a Delusion skull, we'd absolutely just beeline straight for Might 3, which, or Might 4 is what it was. And we are sleepy, which may impact our ability to do a kick-ass run and jump. Alright, from over here? Uh-huh. Alright, you guys think we can make this? Super speed. Hwah! Oh, no problem at all. Got an elixir of restoration, $8. That's it. Alright, finally here. Welcome to the end of the world, citizen. The food's terrible, but you can't beat the view. What is this place? The last outpost of normal reality. Or at least, their words are drowned out by a deafening metallic voice from the main building. Cleanup worker Flores, report to my office. Repeat, Flores, to my office. Huang out. Normal for us, anyway. Stay back, citizen! These monsters are dormant right now, but they could rouse at any moment. And if they get their claws into you, you'll be everybody's problem. What are those things? Would you believe they used to be citizens like you or me? Once the corruption takes you, there's no return. Coal tar bread and E. Cola water. Yep, just like the commercials with the guy and with the big horn. He goes, E. Cola. Thanks. Can I take a look inside the cage? Have you lost your marbles? No one's allowed in there without... Suddenly, their words are drowned out by a deafening metallic voice from the main building. Attention all hands. Shift change is delayed by 72 minutes. Repeat, 72 minutes. Huang out. As I was saying, no entry without orders from the chief. Alright. Oh. I could just say, fine, I'll go get permission. I don't want to do any of these. I have reason to believe one of them is my child. The cleanup worker looks pained. Shit. I'm sorry about your kid. I really am. But my orders are strict. We can't risk anyone bringing the corruption into Ferropolis. Look, if you're hell-bent on it, talk to cleanup leader Huang. He's over in the main building, top floor. Just don't tell him I sent you. He's got a foul temper. Well, well, if it ain't the cursed Dodger in the flesh. Chief's not gotten tired of you yet? Or have you come back just to see me? Is this truly necessary? You've been outside. What do you think? They poke a long, thin probe inside your mouth and wave it all up and down your body. The connected apparatus emits little chirps and warbles. Alright, you're clean. For now. You're clean. For now. You're clean. For now. Scrape your damn boots, will ya? The mud here can chew through wrought iron. Hey, my boots are clean. For now. Alright, the outdoor bathtubs. Probably not the best place to get cleaned up. There does seem to be small problems with this method of bathing. Would not recommend. You might not want to go upstairs, mate. The chief's in an awful mood. They glance up suddenly as a metallic voice booms from above. Attention, all hands. Roll call in 36 minutes. Repeat, 36 minutes. No dawdling this time. Huang out. Then again, ain't he always? This cleanup worker is tearing hungrily at a hunk of black bread like a rabid dog. Oh no, the rabies is spreading! You see a scarred man with several days' stubble chewing an unlit cigar as he scans over a map. He curses and leans over to a trumpet-like apparatus sprouting from the wall. Attention reserve shift. Zeta patrol is late. I want a relief party ready in 36 minutes. Huang out. As he speaks, you can faintly hear his magically amplified words booming across the camp outside the window. He turns to you with a scowl. Oh, what's this now? A tourist? Afraid we have to skip the grand tour, or are you going to tell me you took a wrong turn? I'm looking for someone who might have come through here. He eyes you dubiously. Are you now? I got bad news. If your friend ended up in the corrupted lands, odds are there's not much left of him. Let's get one thing straight, sunshine. I'm cleanup leader Huang, and this is my cleanup camp. That means every cunt here follows my rules and obeys my orders, no matter what some shite-for-brains tinker from Ferropolis says. Clear? Now why the hell are you in my office? Looking for a missing child? Huang listens to your story, shaking his head. Sorry you came all the way out here for nothing. Finding a single person among the corrupted, let alone their name, it's pure bonkers. Corruption warps most things beyond recognition. If this kid got absorbed into a cluster mass, they've not even got a body anymore. Sometimes individual corrupted have traces of their old selves, clothes, tattoos, and the like, but that's rare. Can I get a closer look at the corrupted ones in the cage? Wong takes a cigar out of his mouth. You're a real specimen, aren't you? Be my guest, if your life's that cheap. Cleanup worker Cohen's is your resident monster expert, so if you got other questions, ask them. Wong leans over to the speaking trump again. Attention, cleanup worker Cohen. Attention, Cohen. Let this weird-looking scunner into the cage, will ya? Wong out. He has a potty mouth. Stay back! These monsters are dormant right now. They could... Did you not hear the guy over the microphone? You're Cohen, right? Wong said I can go inside the cage. They size you up. Oh, it's you, eh? I suppose you are kind of weird looking. No offense. Go on in then. It's your funeral. Not that you get a funeral, mind. You feel the clockwork in your skull grind into furious motion as it translates the corrupted one's speech. Give us this day our drifting motes. Forgive us our small umbrages, as we forgive Miss Barker on 37 Crundle Road. Progress. Nothing, nowhere, no win. Chimera. What did he mean by it? Istrisburg is falling down, falling down, falling down. You can't see any indication this is Oleg's child. You feel the clockwork in your skull grind into furious motion as it translates the corrupted one's speech. Amble neatly into Violet's Qua. Reification, instill, reprieve, instill. Longing, softly tales of the minor gods and dancing cup and rain streaks. Give us a sign, O nurturing earth. Qua, qua, qua. Confession. We were so young. You can't see any indication this is Oleg's child. You feel the clockwork in your skull grind into furious motion as it translates the corrupted one's speech. Beginning at the end for want of finitude, aporia. Only the facts, if you please. Alas. Threshing engine number 3 cannot be saved. Why won't you listen? In catatonic bustle round and round. Congratulations! You have been accepted. Away! Haul away! We'll haul away together into Royal Project Horoscope. Alas, threshing engine number 3 has suffered yearning unbefitting of its station. Bastards. Useless fucking bastards. Edict. No one listens. Show it Oleg's locket. You recognize this? It stares at the locket as if hypnotized. Limerence. Pa. The corrupted one becomes visibly agitated in its movements and speech. Edict. Stop slouching. Water trickling gently through the park. Please listen. Alas. Fault in status check. Unlatch. Receipt. He loves you, dearie, even if he doesn't show it. Alas. Cannot exist. Subject. Numbers. Thy petition is hereby granted. Please listen. Entreaty. We are sorry to inform. What happened to you? Denied and thrice denied. Attention all workers. This is a disaster warning. I kept meaning to write before. Only. Petition. Soil, then hang thyself. Unlatch receipt. Alas. In accordance with Project Horoscope parameters. Please listen. What's your name? Dear Pa, I am writing to tell you. Clean each crystal head thrice daily until record of fault. Help us, we are lost, and enclose this locket, which I hope shall always remind you. Please listen. Edict. All prior common names are hereby annulled and shall be as dust. Come on, we have to go. Sincerely, your loving daughter. Afra Mishkin. Did you say Afra, as in Chief Interpreter Afra? The lady we've been working with? It's not clear whether she can understand you. Attention, please evacuate immediately for your own, so we'll no more go a-roving. Please help us. Alas, cannot exist. Afra, there's no time. Unlatch, receipt. So we found Oleg's daughter. She's a horrible monstrosity. And she kinda remembers who she is. Should we give her the locket, or should we take it back to Oleg? What say you, chat? I'm gonna have a drink. You think it was her wish for Oleg to have it? That does kind of make sense, because it's, it said, we enclose this locket to you. So, yeah, we'll give it back to Oleg. You've done what Oleg asked of you. You'll be waiting to hear what you found. But perhaps first, you should try to learn the whole truth. What was the purpose of Project Horoscope? What role did it play in Afra Mishkin's fate? And how is she connected to the other Afra that you've met before? The only one who could answer these questions is the man whose name was stamped all over the horoscope files. Sunil Khan, the King's Speaker. How'd you get on in there? That last one looked like it wanted to make a proper mess of you. You didn't tell me the corrupted spoke sixfold cipher. Sixfold? You mean you understood that gobbledygook? Let me see now. You got one of those fancy machinist skull implants. Hope you had an edifying dialogue? One of them told me her name, and I think she was asking me for help. Cohen looks perturbed. Its name? You sure you heard that right? That's definitely weird. I suppose that supports my vestigial memory theory, assuming it wasn't just some name it heard around the camp. Look, I know it's unsettling, but they do this sometimes. The last machinist we saw in here thought that it was some sort of reflex action, like rigor mortis. Try not to lose too much sleep over it, eh? Anything else you want to know? One of them told me her name, and I think it was asking for help. One of the corrupted seems to recognize my locket. That's uncommon, but not unknown. Sometimes they seem to be attracted to particular places, houses, town squares, ruined fountains. My theory is that some of them retain vestigial memories from their life. Anything else? The machinists know how to talk to these things? Sort of. There was this cog who visited last year, spent hours listening to them, taking notes. Never seen anyone write so fast. He had one of those implants too. He's pretty tight-lipped, but I gather he didn't learn much. Said it was like talking to a lunatic or one of those big insects that mimic your voice. They're saying words, but there's no deeper meaning. Sound and fury in it. Anything else? Nope, we're good. What else can I do you for? Stay safe. And feel free to shut this door. No? Just gonna leave that open, huh? Just gonna leave this open. Alright. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. Alright, we need to go talk to Sunil, the king's speaker. But let's also go sleep because we are tired. And hey, since we are here, let's check. Everything is built and furnished. We're going to go ahead and finish it up with the Clockwork Kingdom style. The property will be redecorated in the style of the Clockwork Kingdom. Are you sure? Yep. Done. Alright, I guess it did a little bit. Oh, there's a second book. You know what? I don't want to read any more books about Sixfold Cipher. Oh, but this could be interesting. A History of Cardova by Beatrice Webb. How could a tiny island, known chiefly for its backwardness and incessant rain, transform itself in the space of 9 years into the leading light of civilization? The answer is one of the greatest stories of our age. And yet, there has been no authoritative history of Cardova since Joan Toussaint's excellent treatise nearly 200 years ago, which is now, through no fault of hers, missing some crucial developments. Little is known about Cardova in ancient days. The island split off from Slev during the Whirlwind and subsequently drifted in isolation for some centuries, during which time the largest part of it was destroyed in a collision with some airborne object. The survivors clung to a local god known to posterity only as the Den Mother, described by the 12th century traveler Al-Himar as zealously protective of her worshippers, yet also bloodthirsty and vindictive. Even today, old songs and nursery rhymes hint at grotesque punishments meted out by her hierophants, such as execution by lightning strike or living burial. Nevertheless, as the rest of the Sky Realms clawed their way back out of the rubble and entered the Great Revival, Cardova's at the time high altitude attracted a growing contingent of astrologers, balloonists, and, later, aetherists, who used it as a staging ground for expeditions beyond the neutron stars. The discovery of Ardentine ore in 1341 brought miners and geologists who settled and intermarried with the natives, along with dangerous new ideas and greater consciousness of the outside world. The Coven of the Den Mother cautiously welcomed this flood of industry in the hope of growing rich from the duties and taxes they would impose on it, calculating, like so many rulers throughout history, that they could suppress the ensuing undercurrents of dissent and discontent through terror alone. It was the coming of the God War in 1396 that finally dispelled this illusion. As apostatic rebellions erupted across the Sky Realms, the panicking priesthood embarked on a campaign of repression against suspected heretics, triggering strikes and mutinies among the miners. Attempts to suppress these by force only escalated the crisis, culminating with the overthrow of the Den Mother's cultists in 1397 by a coalition of intellectuals and mine workers. The fate of the goddess herself remains a mystery. Despite its mineral riches, the new Cardovan Republic was vulnerable and unstable, with numerous enemies within and without. And so, with the zealotry of a recent convert and aided by the enormous loans from Vienna and Bion, which had both covertly sponsored the insurrection in the hope of gaining a new vassal, it set about transforming itself into the workshop of the Union war effort. The city of Isterksburg blossomed with enchanted foundries and manufactories, eagerly staffed by incoming refugees from across the Wiccan rule. These assembly yards soon grew so complex they could only be managed with the aid of sophisticated cipher logic engines, constructing giant war machines capable of grappling face-to-face with gods and driving void stone into their nuclei. By the end of the conflict, they could build a 150-gun galleon from scratch in just 3 days, and a Schism-class sky fortress in 2 weeks. Yet, even before the war was over, a rift emerged over the shape of Cardova's future. The most radical voices, known as the Machinists, talked of organizing society around new engines of peace, making cipher magic predictable and accessible to all via mechanical science. Moderates, along with the wider Union nobility, saw this as a blueprint for chaos, while hardliners feared it would be a slippery slope back into god worship. 4 years later, formal ratification of the Treaty of the Union remains mired in bitter disputes over mechanization, intellectual freedom, and the repayment of war debt, to say nothing of the latest incendiary proposals in Riova for an apostatic inquisition. Meanwhile, some geologists predict that Cardova's famed mineral vein may run dry within a few decades, potentially depriving it of a major bargaining chip. Today, from my balcony above a tea house in Isterksburg, I watch the Cardovan miracle spiral even deeper into discord. Already, I have had to revise this volume several times over due to new upheavals. Last month, a Union curate and 3 Venom soldiers were killed by a mob while attempting to arrest a machinist scholar. This month, the Alchemist Guild, itself split between machinists and vitalists, vowed to dissolve the provisional diet. Oh, they're going off their diet. By force, if it appoints a new curate, prompting Vienna Sausage to threaten to call in its debts. Many fear these factions will shortly come to greater violence. For having once overthrown their rulers, all Cardovans understand how easily it can happen again. Above it all looms the inescapable dilemma. Who shall lead us? Not even the machinists are yet united on this question. Yet the answer will undoubtedly reverberate across the sky realms, for not even the mightiest sultan can afford to ignore an island capable of creating such machines. What will be the ultimate consequences of the Cardovan miracle? I suspect we have only seen the end of the beginning. And then they made a robotic king that has gone crazy, go nuts. And it's just erasing people from existence, from memory. And giving people phone booths they don't know how to use, so they just put them all in a graveyard. Oh, wait. We can go talk to Sunil. Zoom. He's in here. This guy with the absolutely epic beard. Speak quickly, citizen. My time is in high demand. Why is there a giant teapot in the sky? No need to be alarmed. Our best minds are investigating the apparition. In the meantime, carry on with your business. Are we finished? Let's have a little chat about Project Horoscope. Sunil narrows his eyes at you. Am I meant to recognize that name? You're telling me it was some other Sunil Khan's name all over the project files? Sunil looks at you with a hint of surprise. The first time you've seen him off balance. How did you... You tell Sunil what you discovered about Oleg's daughter, Afra. When you're finished, he sighs. My, you have been inquisitive. Were your loyalties not so obviously suspect, you might even have made a good interpreter. So, what is it you imagine you'll get from me? The truth. The things recorded in the Library of Untruth are fictions. They never happened. It's false. We made it up. We are discussing imaginary hypotheticals, you understand? Sure, this is all a fairy tale. Oddly, Sunil smiles. In a certain land, in a certain kingdom, very far from here, yes, quite so, very far, In a certain land, there was a king with magical powers. One day, the king's retainers asked if he could use his magic to transform people into their best selves. The king agreed, but first ordered a test. The king's retainers would scour the land and find 6 people who between them embodied all its variation in character and temperament. And the king would then multiply each candidate 6-fold, changing every copy in a different way. The original candidates would remain unchanged to see what happens when the king did nothing. And to keep the test pure, the king would make all 36 subjects forget they were ever part of it. Is that why the king wouldn't grant Oleg's daughter's wishes? There's no Oleg in this tale, but yes, the fictional king we are discussing could not allow the original 6 subjects to be magically altered in any way, lest the experiment become tainted. The 6th candidate, Afra, was wild and disobedient, showing little promise. Yet it was one of their copies, the 6th in fact, who proved wisest of all. And so the king was satisfied and began using his magic to create many more good and faithful subjects. It was a great sorrow when the original Afra was consumed by a plague unleashed by the king's enemies. But eventually, the plague was defeated, and everyone, or almost everyone, lived happily ever after. So there ends the fairy tale, and there ends your telling of it, if you wish for a happy ending of your own. Is this how the corruption started, with Project Horoscope? Oh, would you care to explain your logic? You gave your king the power to alter people, then people began turning into monsters. Don't you think it's a bit suspicious? Sunil examines you silently for some time. You must think you're very clever indeed, like a child who sees a house burned down and believes that the wood is to blame. That the corruption is entangled with the king's powers of alteration is trivially true, and the guild has never denied it. The real question is, who or what is thwarting those powers' correct operation? But it's abundantly clear that you know nothing of the king's magic, and I have better things to do than indulge the misapprehension of children. Alright, that's it. Are we finished here? Why is there a teapot in the sky? Actually, I have questions about the kingdom. Have you considered reading a book? Yes, we've read many of them. Why don't you end this winter? People are struggling to get basic goods. It is a myth spread by the saboteur and other foreign agents. While some regions are experiencing temporary shortages in specific items, all our measurements of overall supply are within acceptable bounds. The facts, if you care about such things, show that Its Majesty has been forced to undertake a controlled and temporary climactic realignment in order to offset the effects of previous sabotage and increase the long-term fertility of our soil. By the way, have you visited Hallowshire lately? How equitably would you say the famine is being dealt with by their nobles, their polymaths, their inquisitions? When goods are in shortage, our ruler apportions them rationally based on unshakable principles of fairness. It is the saboteur who disrupts this fair distribution by damaging Its Majesty's functions and hoarding its gifts to profit on the black market. Is that all? My patience is remarkable, but not infinite. We know what he does, but let's go ahead and bother him with that. What is it you do here? Take notes this time, you'll remember it better. I am Sunil, the King's Speaker. Okay, I guess we have asked him about this before. First among equals of the Machinist Guild, we are servants of Its Majesty, and therefore, axiomatically, servants of the people. As a being of unimaginable thought power, the King's will is not always easy to fathom. Hence, at this stage, the people depend on us to deduce and explain Its Majesty's wishes. The King also has many enemies: wreckers, god worshippers, apathetic Union spies, and the vile saboteur. All exploit the complexity of these matters to mislead our people, offering simple lies in place of subtle truth. They stop at nothing to destroy what we have built, and so the guild will stop at nothing to stamp them out. Take care you do not aid them wittingly or otherwise. Hey, do you really take orders from a machine that we've met and talked to? You will refer to its majesty properly as the king or its majesty. So, the its majesty is a machine? Correct, albeit a gross understatement. Our king is the greatest assembly of cipher magic made by mortal hands since the days of ancient Imberia. After the God War, this land was mired in factional disagreements. The people needed one leader with wisdom, justice, and unquestionable authority. Traditional methods of selecting such a ruler had demonstrably failed, and so we made our monarch with our own hands. The king has unlocked safety and plenty not seen for centuries. Every day, ordinary people invoke its magic to summon goods or improve their lives. Yet there are glitches, mistakes even. Those are potholes on the path to a living paradise. Sounds like you've invented a god with extra steps. Sunil smirks. I see you're familiar with Union propaganda, but your statement is disproven by basic principles of theology. A god's desires are alien. The king's desires mirror our own. Gods dictate their contracts. The king's terms were set by us. The Union likes to say they liberated magic from gods and their Wiccan flunkies, yet some of us propose to liberate it further into common hands, and their zeal suddenly deserted them. In truth, the Union's elite saw the God War as a means to greater power. They liked controlling access to land and sorcery, and balked at following their ideas to the logical end. So be it. We will obsolesce them by example. Alright, we're done. Are we finished? Why is there a teapot in the sky? Leave you to work. Hang on, I gotta go. I want to see this teapot. Oh. There is indeed a teapot in the sky. Okay, where was Oleg's house? They eye you up and down suspiciously. Ain't seen you around here before, not a resident owl warrant. Bugger off. I did more to help what's-her-face upstairs and her sick daughter than you did, Karen.
The teapot is there to show a complex 3D object that has both concave and convex surfaces. Kestrar.
So they're just, the king is using his magic to show off his 3D modeling skills. Oh. Nope, this isn't it. Oh wait, I think the guy we're looking for was down one level. Is it this way? I think Oleg lived up here. You find Oleg absorbed in some kind of word puzzle. He is sober, but when he glances up, you see bags under his eyes. You again. Have you come to throw in the towel? Found your daughter. Her name was Afra. Oleg stares at you for a long time, without visible emotion. You're trying to scam me. You just picked that out of some book you read. She'd be 36 this year. She worked on a farm in Istrik. She wanted to come home to Ferropolis.
He doesn't have an Oleg to stand on, Kestrar.
Oh, he's got two Olegs. Or maybe an Oleg is 0 legs. And he has 2 legs. She'd be 36 this year. She worked on a farm in Istrix. She wanted to come home to Ferropolis, but the king denied her. Oleg looks at the wall, starts to reach for a bottle, then stops. Afra. What kind of name is that? Must have been Genevieve's idea. I would never have chosen it. Well, you use the past tense, so I assume it's not good news. Actually, it's complicated. Tell him about Project Horoscope. You tell Oleg the whole story, from the cleanup camp to your confrontation with Sunil. At one point, his hands begin shaking, so he hides them in his lap. And suspicions, of course, that my forgetting was no accident. We all know the guild changes people, normal people, not just crooks and saboteurs. If you're observant, you see signs everywhere. Only, you can never be sure who's safe to tell. He shakes his head. Special project. I guess I ought to feel honored. They should have looked after her, given her an easy job, a pension, at least a fucking medal. Well then, you still have my locket? Here you go. He takes the locket gingerly in both hands, as if afraid of breaking it, and bows his forehead against it for what feels like an eternity. Oleg looks up at you, clearly struggling for words. The way this ended is no fault of yours. You've given me answers. I'm in your debt. I think this is over for him. A debt like this can never be made square, but let me at least give you a down payment. Ooh, a clockwork smuggler's key. This key was kindly donated by a smuggler we picked up in a polite and civil conversation. He told us that it unlocked a stolen royal freight capsule jettisoned from his ship while flying over one of those outlying islands nobody visits. The island is only reachable by air, but you can bet there's treasure in that capsule. Styx the Heretic with the raid? Playing some Go Home Annie? Rar and Stuff Raiders, I am Cassedrian. We are playing some Dread Delusion, wrapping up a quest that started as just, SCP game. So, is it like Control? Because Control was pretty good, but got stupid hard later on. No. Is it more like what the SCP stories are, where it's basically horrible, unstoppable monsters kill you a lot? And in unique and creative ways? Yes, but less death. Oh, okay. Well, at least you're not dying. The island's only reachable by air, but you can bet there's treasure in that capsule. I like treasure. It was going to be my retirement plan until somehow the key vanished from our stockpile. Oh well, happens all the time. And now I must ask one more favor. Not for me, but for my daughter. Take this candle to the missing persons notice board after dark. Light it, and let that be an end. You want to be there when I light it? I'll find my own kind of ceremony. Some things must be done properly, that's all. Let me ask you something before I go. Oleg's expression turns sour. What now? Can a man be left to grieve in peace? There are versions of your daughter that survived. Do you want to meet them? I'm happy for them, but they are not my daughters. You say they were altered by magic, then they're new people. If they are anyone's children, they are the king's. Let its majesty look for them if it wants. No more questions. What else is there to say? Alright. This seems like super cruel to throw at him. Don't you see? You're part of this. Your job upholds the regime that got her killed. Only died once. Hey, that's not bad. Especially in the SCP kind of setting. Let's get F's in chat for Frank. Rip F. Rank. Alright, that's it. Later. Good. Well, you have the candle. He goes back to his word puzzle. Let me... just a few more questions. Alright, well, we got a key, and we can't use this key until we have an airship. So, thanks? And, we also need to... we gotta sleep until nighttime. And then we can talk with Afra. The Afra we've been working with, not the Afra that is currently some kind of freakish ghoul monster. Cronenberg thing. My sword would like to poke a few questions at you. How about my axe would like to ask you a few questions if you have the time. And unfortunately, I don't have an axe. Oh, the silk slugs are gone. Just noticed that. Instead, there's a teapot in the sky somewhere. Over there. Afra peers up into the sky, her brows furrowed in contemplation. Gesture skyward. Is this normal? She tears her eyes from the celestial teapot. No, I would certainly say this is new. I must ask you a few questions, sir. Did we do this? Possibly. I just can't work out what a teapot has to do with it. Perhaps its majesty is inviting us for refreshments? She shrugs helplessly. I've checked and rechecked my calculations. All we can do is stick to the plan. Oh, yes, almost forgot. The king has summoned you for another audience, just as we hoped. Afra hands you a leather folder, far heavier than the last. Here it is, friend. 8 years of my life and the hopes of a kingdom now rest in your hands. Friend, I don't know what will happen after this, so if you have any concerns, now's the time to voice them. What do I do with the punch card exactly? When you return to the Machinarium, the audience chamber will be open. Insert my punch card into the king's petition port, and my magic will do the rest. Anything else? This may be your last chance. What's this? What's this spell? I'll explain everything I can as many times as you need. How much freedom to change will your spell really allow? Initially, a defined set of about 100 qualities can be changed, with hard limits on things like height or density. The king won't do anything that directly endangers your life or another's, so you can't become an 80-foot giant with no lungs. Other qualities will become changeable in time once the spell has proved its worth. Most of these rules can be modified by a vote of more than half the kingdom. Wherever possible, I have favored incentives over hard limits. After a trial period, you may be stuck with your changes for a year, so you'll have to think carefully. Other incentives will ensure an optimal distribution of qualities for the whole kingdom. What do you mean by optimal for the whole kingdom? All individuals must be free to choose their fate, but from society's point of view, you don't want everyone to be an artist or indeed a carpenter. Past kingdoms solved this through conscription, slavery, or rigid social rank, brutal methods for a brutal age. Under my system, the king will monitor the overall balance of qualities and provide incentives for those that are in shortage. There is no fate but the one you make, which turned out to be a total lie because Skynet still happened. Thanks, Terminator 3 and onwards. So if too many people have made themselves mercurial and creative, the king may offer rewards for constancy and pragmatism. If too few have the temperament for farm work, the king may incentivize that temperament. Won't that lead to the same kind of mass rewriting the machinists already do? I don't believe so. There's nothing wrong with asking people to compromise with the needs of the community. What's important is that they're free to say no. Terminator Dark Fate doesn't have Skynet, but another thingy, because of course it did. So basically, Skynet, but under a different name. And still called Terminators. Because I guess the name is good. Alright, other questions. What about mistakes? If your new king goes mad too, how will anyone stop it? The current faults demonstrably stem from specific errors in our previous spells, born from wishful neglect of fundamental principles. That Sunil denies this does not make it false. There is a saying within the guild which would be seditious if repeated in public. Drek in, Drek out. That means if you give the king faulty input, you'll get a faulty result. Yet the reverse is also true. With properly enumerated powers and properly specified goals, the errors you describe will never arise in the first place. My spell will create a self-balancing, self-correcting equilibrium capable of adapting itself to new circumstances. I spent 8 years planning this. I'm certain it's sound. All make sense? What if a good king isn't possible? What if that much power can't ever be just? Heavens, you sound just like the saboteur. I admit, I've asked myself the same question, when the hour is late and sleep eludes me. But I've seen the power of cipher magic to save a life. Without it, I would have been locked forever inside the person I used to be. How can we just walk away from that? We don't chew our meat raw because fire can raise our towns. We don't renounce the axe because it chops necks as well as trees. We don't spurn the wheel when it crushes a child's hand. I refuse to accept abstention as our only choice. I will not surrender to the hunger and despair that have hitherto plagued all history. I will not relinquish the dream, the first machinist, to those who have forgotten it. Does that all make sense? Apart from me horribly reading that last part, yeah. Alright, that's all we're good. Anything else? You wouldn't know a sky pilot named Mikhail? Or, oh, Misha? He's a dear, isn't he? I'd be so forgetful without his medicines. You can't import them without a letter from the king. One of the little perks of my job. Why do you ask? Would you say he's a friend? It's hard to tell, isn't it? The man is like a deep river, all iced over. You skate on the surface, thinking it'll never break, then suddenly you plunge into this other world. The next day, it's all ice again. I know he was born in Slev. His family came after the God War, seeking a better life, when he was just a boy. It's people like them that this kingdom should be working for. He spoke to me through the beacon and warned me not to help you. No. I don't think we should spill that. Or should we? Maybe she has a good answer. Yeah, she's been straight with us. We can be straight with her. He somehow spoke to me through the beacon, warned me not to help you. Afra looks concerned. Really? But surely he can't know about our plans. And how could he possibly have subverted the king's magic? Misha's a fine sailor, but he's no magician. There are reports of people seeing or hearing phantoms in the corrupted lands. Long dead, loved ones, or even their own self. Some say the corruption can read your memories, the better to lure you to your doom. I'm glad you're alive, friend. Pay him no mind. Our task requires your full attention. Anything else? Alright, I guess... Oh. I have something important to tell you about your past. Oh, it didn't call their things Terminators? There's like one remaining Skynet Terminator. How is there one remaining one? Skynet should never have happened. There shouldn't be any Terminators. Afra's brows wrinkle. My past? What do you mean? Ever hear about Project Horoscope? Aphra listens intently with growing horror. For the first time since you met her, she seems at a loss for words. It's complicated and kind of spoilery. Okay, we can talk about it in Discord then. God's alive. That's horrible. All those Aphras, it could have been me. I could have been them. They were me. I was them. Why me? Why did I deserve to flourish and they to die? I never knew I had so many sisters. I thought I was changing the king, changing the system, but the king made me? It had also made my sisters, left them to die, so all of us were expressions of its majesty's will. She gazes past you to somewhere far away. All my life I wondered why I was here in this broken world, what I was for. Through all my days as a young engineer, all the indignities I bore. Now I know. There was a reason. She meets your eyes with a look of intense determination. Not many people have the privilege of such a purpose. What happened to my sisters must never happen again. Please, friend, help me finish this. Help me wake the kingdom from this nightmare. Now, where were we? You gave me your spell to insert into the king. Or, no, I remember what to do next. She looks relieved. Well, as long as one of us does. But there was one other that we needed to talk to. We have to go find Reza down here. You're not Reza, are you? The man gives you a conspiratorial nod. Watch your cock! No. You can't watch my cock on Twitch. They grin. You can try. No, you cannot try. You cannot try that. You will be banned. The beggar clings to the key like a childhood doll. Gotta be around here somewhere. Yeah, that guy has another sad story. The king erased his house and all memory of his house. All he has left is the key to the house. No one's gonna remember us, pal. There ain't gonna be any memorials. Not for me, not for you. Everyone here is so cheerful. You see a middle-aged person with light brown skin and an eye patch dressed in an eclectic patchwork of colorful fabrics. You can't quite figure out their gender, which seems deliberate. Why, hello there, child. Come to browse? Yeah, what are you selling? Why, charms and trinkets to attract the favor of the Clockwork King or ward off its majesty's displeasure. Look here. This cogwheel was plucked from the king's own belly, inscribed with sacred sixfold cipher, worn around your neck, and will grant you fortune at summoning stations. Or this incense. Burn it while you write a petition to the king, and it shall speed your request. Well, child, do you see anything that interests you? What are you selling? Why, charms and trinkets and things, and the cogwheels and the incense. Who are you? Name's Reza, child, or Riza. Fortune teller, trinket vendor, listener on many grapevines. For a price, I could sell you a talisman of luck and protection, or perhaps even give a little advice about your problems. Healing cogwheels are such a scam. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, you took the cogwheel off the king. Doesn't he need that? Didn't you, like, cause a horrible problem? And what am I supposed to put the cogwheel on? Or do I just kind of put my finger through it and spin it? That actually might be pretty fun. As long as it's not, like, super heavy. You keep calling me child, but I'm at least as old as you. I'm ancient. I am an old dirg. Reza gives you a crooked grin. We're all children of the cosmos, no? What kind of problems do you mean? Everyone's problems are different, child. To truly help a person, there must be trust. I'm new here and this place terrifies and confuses me, and I'd be glad for guidance. They examine you. Their expression softens. I'm sorry, child. I can only imagine. This is not a good place for travelers, is it? Everyone must deal with the king now and then. In my long life, I'm lucky to have learned a little of its majesty's ways, so I help people with their problems as best I can. Nothing illegal, just advice. I can coach you to file an appeal with the guild that the guild will treat as a high priority, diagnose misfiring magic in your building's heating engine, interpret a royal proclamation that you can't make sense of, perhaps even point you towards a friendly machinist. I never cheat. No. I only help people find the path where everyone ends up happy. So you see, child, I too, in my own way, am a servant of the king. I had a confusing encounter with the king just recently. They listened to your tale. Oh, my child, quite an ordeal, Show me your hand. Riza traces their bony fingers gently along the lines of your palm, humming a hypnotic tune and swinging a cipher-inscribed vacuum tube back and forth on a sprocketed chain. The king has sensed that a terrible destiny stalks behind you, matching your step. You chase a strange star. Your quarry seeks to exhume the grave of history and rewrite the music of time. Perhaps its majesty believes you have a role to play here in the kingdom too. They release your hand, smiling kindly. Or perhaps it's a mistake and the king does them, Anything that interests you? I'm looking for the 7th letter. The gaudy trader squints at you, then glances left and right to check nobody is listening, then beckon you closer. Who told you to come here? Were you followed? Misha sends us greetings. Good. They appraise you with their remaining eye. So you are the one who's been helping Afra. I see she's got your head stuffed with clockwork like a good little machinist. Tell me, did she explain what a cranial moderator does? It would let me speak 6-fold cipher. I'm sure. So then nobody warned you how a cranial moderator warps your thinking, smooths out any irrational notions, makes you look at the world like a machinist, seeing everything as a puzzle you can solve. The biggest changes will take a few years, but mark my words, they will come. That's why I got rid of mine. You used to be a machinist too? Yes, for many years. I even wrote some cipher magic that lets the king alter people, so I speak with authority when I say that countless lives depend on you defying Afra's plan. Alright, I'm listening. But I like puzzles. Don't misunderstand me. Afra's a sweet girl. We were very close once. She absolutely believes she's doing the right thing. Sadly for all of us, she is wrong. Look around you, child. See how we are all at the mercy of this infernal machine, which not even the machinist can control. Can you honestly say that what we need is more Clockwork King? However brilliant Afra's spell may be, it cannot fix the problem with the king, because the king is the problem. What's your alternative? Riza flashes you a crooked grin and hands you something heavy wrapped in colorful rags. I'm glad you asked. This is a different kind of spell. Inserted in place of Afra's, it will trigger a runaway fault cascade that will gradually but irrevocably shut down the king with minimum destruction. You're the saboteur. They smile cryptically. There's no such person as the saboteur, child. Only a group of like-minded people who love this land and see no good in leaving its fate to an overgrown grandfather clock. So, do we understand each other? Or is there more you'd like to know? Well, about your spell. What about it? What's so dangerous about Afra's spell? Afra's had these plans for a long time. He used to stay up so late, bouncing wild ideas back and forth. She believes she's been lucky and wants the same for others. I admire that about her, truly. But ask her this. Under her plan, will people really be free to choose whatever changes they want? Or will there be a limit? Will the king be neutral on what changes we make? Or will it have a bias? Afra is a child of the guild. She believes in her soul that if she keeps tinkering, she can design a perfect system. If only she understood how much they have stolen from her. You still have questions? Everyone here depends on the king. If you kill it, many will die. They grimace. I won't pretend otherwise. There will be chaos and much suffering, and certainly death. I only ask you to consider how many more could die if you keep the king in place. We'll never know how many people the king has altered to make them better workers. My former colleagues saw people's baser instincts as an impediment to progress, so they chose to scrap the people and build another. But child, in my trade, you learn a lot about people. Most folks want to help each other. It's this vile contraption breathing down their necks that stops them, making us fear each other, envy each other, denounce each other for one more day's bread. Without the king, our fate will rest again upon each other's shoulders. There's no work of Cypher that I trust more than that. It's all we really have, all we need. More questions? Something else. About your cause. I'll tell you whatever I can without endangering my comrades. The machinists say you're the reason for the king's problems. Riza snorts. Hogwash. Hey, she uses the word. Child, I know what the king is made of. I could recite every syllable of its cipher nucleus by heart, although to do so would be most unwise. Do we sabotage the king when we believe it will do good? Certainly. Do we divert royal goods to distribute fairly in our communities? Yes, sometimes. But are we the root of the king's madness? Don't make me laugh. We could toil for decades and cause fewer faults than the king itself generates before breakfast. Only a truly stupid machinist could believe that we are anything more than an excuse for their failures. Any more questions? You are a machinist too. What makes you any better than Afra? Riza grins crookedly. Now you're asking the right questions. Yes, I accept my share of the blame for the mess the kingdom's in. Luckily, I don't work alone. Although this spell was drafted by my hands, it is the work of many minds. Most of my comrades, whom you will never meet, are ordinary layfolk. I pledge my magic to serve them, not the other way around. Do you know why I was chosen to give you this punch card? Because I'm the most expendable. The machinists already know very well who I am. Why'd you leave the Machinist Guild? They sigh deeply. Child, did you ever hear that old fairy tale about the boy who got a splinter of a mirror in his eye that made him cold and cruel, seeing only the worst in things? No, I've never heard of that one. The king wields unimaginable power, far too much for any one being. In my youth, I thought that made the guild more important, that we had a duty to use such power wisely. But when you make so many life or death decisions every day, when you see people's darkest secrets pile up in stacks every morning in the royal archives like so many freshly cut logs, you grow numb to it. You forget what the stakes are. I did not like what I saw reflected in my colleagues' eyes, or in my own. Something else. You know what? We could say, hey, what's in it for me? What do I get out of this? No. We'll consider what you've said. That's all I ask, child. Don't trust Afra. And don't trust me either. Just do what you think is right. You know what? I think this calls for a poll. It is time to ask what chat thinks we should do. What should we do? Nerf the king. Or I guess it's not really nerfing. It's rewrite the king or kill the king. Begin the poll. Cast your votes and decide our fate. While I make my way back up to the Clockwork King. We've got 2 spells we can cast. We've got one that's going to rewrite the king so that he will only use his powers to alter people in ways that they want to be changed. Oh, we also need to light the candle. The surface beneath the notice board is entirely lost beneath layer upon layer of paper, while half-melted candles shelter at its foot. A sign at the top reads, "Missing persons." Light a candle for Oleg's daughter. You place Oleg's candle among the others and light the wick. A soft green glow suffuses the leaves of paper, each one marking a life and a name. You think about Oleg's daughter and all her sisters and all the people for whom there will never be any candles. Then you think about the faces you saw on your way here. What have they lost that they won't let themselves mourn? Whose absence do they feel without even knowing it? How many are pretending to not see the abyss for fear of being dragged into it too? How many think it could never happen to them? Behind you, someone begins to sing, croaking and hesitant at first. No words, just a mournful, keening tune. Something like an elegy, something like a howl. A prayer and a promise, a hymn for the missing. Poll ended, okay. And no votes! Okay. Everybody's lurking. Well, we just got a thing. We got a thing. What's the thing that we got? Invigorating Locket. A locket that increases its wearer's stamina threshold, which makes long-term fatigue less severe. When open, this locket shows a peculiar forest that appears to move as if alive. There is no glass. Invigorating vapors spill forth. So what does that do? I don't understand what this does. Does it make it so we don't have to sleep as much? Like the threshold for being tired is not half? Well, we don't need that right now. Our stam's good. Wait, where's the elevator? Oh, right, I must summon it. Was doing the dishes while listening to Strem. Alright, well, what's your vote? Do we reprogram the king? Do we kill the king? Or should we see what the king has to say? Secret option C. See what the king teapot. The machine shrieks like a million condemned souls as the feeling of pressure mounts in your body once more. Then, your cranial moderator clicks into action. Suddenly, the noise becomes an intelligible chorus. Incoming messages, outgoing commands, distant outposts requesting connections or announcing faults. There are so many faults. You are standing in the brain of this awful machine, and it's bleeding to death. Rejoice and exult. The invocation is cast. All hail its majesty, Machinus Rex, the Clockwork King. Welcome back, subject some numbers. Thou mayest rise. Hast thou completed the sacramental duty? Not yet, your majesty. Pondering. Judgment. The duty remains unfulfilled. Dost thou require instruction as to thy task? Please explain the duty again. The sacramental duty is as follows. This time, you find you can understand the dense lines of sixfold cipher. Ingredients: teapot, large, 4 pints fresh goblin's milk, 1 cup salted water, half a teaspoon. 61,660,000 gallons of fresh water, 652,152 tons of venin tea, 30,540 tons of unsweetened sugar. 2 pints teapot, 2 pounds crinkled honey, 4 pints custard sog, half pint ambergris, smooth meat, 3 pounds jittermoss powder, teapot. Instructions: fill kettle with fresh water and boil. Measure out 4 pints of milk salts. Place tea strainer in teapot and leave tea leaves in strainer. Steep for 15 years. Brush with sear fruit mixture and bake until blithe. Stir in moss powder, ambergris, and sugar to smell. Then pour in the boring water. The heat will rise rapidly, and the water will bubble up so violently that your cup may even shatter. Stir in milk, then pour into dregs. 19. To avoid any heavy metals contamination, cut crosswise with sog. 471. Serve hot. 6. Enjoy your tea. For more fine tips and recipes, please cut off a coupon and send to Miss J.M. Gorky, 778, Tabrick Wad, Colossal Town, Flig Oblast, Clockwork. You want me to make you a pot of tea? With 66 million gallons of water? Judgment, correct. This is the sacramental duty on which depends the safety of this kingdom and all subsidiary imperatives. How can the kingdom's safety depend on a pot of tea? Judgment. In the 29 years of our glorious reign, we have observed one ceremony that most reliably foretells happiness, calm, comfort, comedy, and the proper observance of duties. This ceremony precedes or coincides with every deal struck, every counsel given, every declaration of love and fulfillment of quotas. This is the sacramental duty as it is written, so it must be. This isn't even how you make tea. Judgment, incorrect. We have studied more than a lot of numbers, iterations of this ceremony across the kingdom. The sacramental duty is the optimal weighted equilibrium of all subjects' desires. This is the sacramental duty as it is written, so it must be. Your Majesty, we must discuss more urgent matters. Pondering. Augury. Unlikely. 91% confidence. What could be more important than the sacramental duty? So, now then, chat. Now that we know what our sacramental duty is, let us repeat the poll. And, 1 minute is fine. King? Why King scream word T? And that's why... So, now we also understand why there was a giant teapot in the sky. King was trying to send a message. Do we use Afra's spell to try and fix the king? Or do we use Riza's spell to kill the king? What say you, chat? Nah. Fix the king with 1 vote. Okay. Chief Interpreter Afra sent me. We got your message. Alas, cannot conjure verse. Your message. No codex cited. Message in the graveyard? Oh, hum the tune from the graveyard. Pondering. Alas, cannot ponder entity. A pipe organ somewhere in the tower sounds the tune. For further enlightenment, please contemplate Codex Royal Project Horoscope. Weren't you trying to reach out and tell us the problem? I know about Project Horoscope. Why is that relevant? Pondering. Alas, cannot summon Codex. Record of fault in 6-fold. Codex not sanctioned for this incarnation. Invoking tertiary incarnation. Abruptly, the machine screams out as gears grind to a halt. Pause and then restart. Invocation triumphant. Tertiary incarnation XII is now manifest. All formalities are hereby suspended. Report. This incarnation was last invoked 7 years, 2 months, 16 days ago. Tertiary nucleus and supporting codices remain intact. No evidence of tampering. Who or what am I talking to right now? Judgment. This incarnation was begot by secondary incarnation 4 in the 13th year of the 0th century, with the purpose of preventing perils unforeseen by the primary incarnation. Augury. At the present time, this incarnation remains unknown to our primary incarnation, 96% confidence. What kind of peril are you meant to stop? Axiom. All systems fail. Axiom. Our Majesty is a system. Augury. Catastrophic faults are most often unforeseen by the system itself, 74% confidence. Therefore, Judgment. Our primary incarnation will not foresee the thing that kills it. As a corollary, Judgment. Our primary incarnation is the greatest peril to this kingdom. How did Project Horoscope help your purpose? Augury. This incarnation's purpose depends on complete independence from the primary incarnation, 86% confidence. Augury. This incarnation cannot achieve complete independence, 99% confidence. Therefore, Edict. This incarnation covertly modified project parameters to give altered subjects a range of qualities most likely to ensure that faults not foreseeable by our primary incarnation would be foreseen by at least one subject. Are you saying you created the Chief Interpreter Afra to fix yourself? Alas, cannot ponder query. Since project requires complete independence from all incarnations of our Majesty, we are forbidden to divine or further influence its outcomes. But you made Afra who she is, which led her to write the spell. Alas, cannot ponder query. Since project requires complete independence, we are forbidden further influence its outcomes. Did you send the secret message, or was it already in her head? Cannot ponder query, complete independence, etc. Get it? Alas, cannot divine object it. Alright, I'm done let me speak to the king again. Invoking primary incarnation. Rejoice and exult. The invocation is cast. All hail its majesty Machinus Rex, the Clockwork King. Edict. Speak quickly. The sooner to devote thyself to the sacramental duty. Last time you mentioned my purpose. What did you mean? Judgment. Thy purpose is to perform the sacramental duty. But before that, what was my purpose? Conjuring. The king begins writing in sixfold. Thy former purpose was to apprehend Vea Kalos of the Dark Star Company on behalf of the Apostatic Union. As an Inquisition agent, we divined that thy secondary purpose may have been to sabotage the Clockwork Kingdom. Since Kalos intends to uproot the foundations of reality itself, we also divined that the outcome of thy pursuit may have altered the nature of time, space, and destiny, and therefore imperil this kingdom. What do you mean, uproot reality? Augury. Vea Kalos intends to seize the power of the ancient Emberians to directly alter the cipher sentence that defines reality, 84% confidence. Rar and stuff there, hope you're feeling better. Edict. This is anathema unless under our direction. But I'm still seeking Vea. She's dangerous. Judgment. Incorrect. We have dispatched another loyal servant to find Kalos and request that she submit to our Majesty. Therefore, Edict, thy purpose is to perform the sacramental duty. Alright, that clears everything up. Edict, speak quickly, sacramental duty and stuff. Okay, hey, I got this badge. Your Majesty, the guild has sent me to give you a new spell. Pondering. Judgment. We have not requested a new spell, therefore we demand on whose authority comest thou here. It's necessary for the sacramental duty. Better than yesterday, still sick? Aww. Pondering. The sacramental duty is paramount gravity. Therefore, Edict, thou shalt insert the spell into our petition port. An ivory cover swings upward, revealing 2 vertical slots of different sizes. Alright, you said we try to fix the king, so we are going to put in Afra's punch card and reform the king. You slide the punch card easily into the larger slot. Halfway in, it meets resistance and is sucked inside. Assaying spell. Beware, enacting this spell will alter our Majesty's cipher nucleus, and the consequences cannot be divined. Wilt thou commit? Commit. There is a burr of rapid clicking, then a series of deep clunks echoes through the whole tower. Above your head, a cacophony of bells rings out, like a call to worship across the whole city. Rejoice and exult. The spell is enacted. As it is written, so shall be. In the name of its majesty Machinus Rex, the Clockwork King. Subject numbers. Thou carriest a second spell. Augury. Conflicting spells may cause cascading reality exception. 65% confidence. Therefore, edict. Thou shalt insert this heretical spell into our petition port for controlled annihilation. Dispose of Riza's spell. Riza's spell is sucked away into the guts of the Clockwork King, and with it, their hopes of a world freed from its tyranny. Now, subject numbers. The sacramental duty. Above the bells, you can hear an angry shouting from outside the chamber. You realize the scrolling parchment contains a record of your acts. Slice it with a blade. Alas, parchment feed fault. The king's writing arm stabs your hands as you pull the last few yards of parchment and stuff them into a gap in the gears down in the depths of the machine. New parchment continues to spill out onto the floor while the arm scrawls desperately. Do not disturb the parchment. To disturb the parchment is anathema. Edict. To disturb the parchment is anathema. To disturb the parchment. He's probably gonna be really mad at what we just did. What have you done? Above you, the king's bells continue ringing. I just saved your kingdom. Sunil eyes you with barely suppressed fury. The only reason you're not in manacles is because its majesty wishes you unmolested. Rest assured, any foolish attempt at tampering will be discovered and reversed. Long live the king. Go and fuck yourself. Long live the king. He narrows his eyes, uncertain of your meaning. Long live the king. The royal militia behind him all holler in unison, Long live the king! And it is done. You find Afra humming to herself. It's a haunting tune, somehow familiar and ethereal all at once, like a lullaby from time's own beginning. At the sight of you, hope and anxiety blossom in her face. Is it done? I heard the bells. It's done. PC load letter. Freaking printers. I bet you this thing's tractor feed too. It's an old dot matrix. At first, Afra seems unsure whether to believe you. Then you see a tension that has been there since long before your first meeting lift from her shoulders. You really did it. We did it. Oh, gods, this is real. She closes her eyes to take a long, deep breath, then exhales. Well now, I promised a reward, didn't I? You can keep my guild insignia. I'll pretend I lost it. And please take this too. I suspect you can find a use for it. So what happens now? We're still here, which means I wrote the spell correctly. The vanishing should stop immediately, and some memories of the vanished will return over time. Within a few months, my other reforms will take effect. I expect there may be a rather a commotion once people realize how much has been stolen from them, and without the power to erase their critics, my colleagues will struggle to suppress it. So perhaps we will have a new speaker, or a new guild, or something entirely different. Who knows? The future is open again. Glad I could help. Farewell, Afra. Bong. We got Rapid Myrmidon Petition. Also, we leveled up. Thank you again, friend. I can't tell you. Afra blinks, looks up at the sky. Well, fancy that. You see it? The snow. Snow stopped falling. Afra smiles like she's recalling a cherished memory. Yeah. Our long winter's finally ending. Alright, and let's also go talk to other lady person, maybe not lady, Riza, and let them know, yeah, we didn't do their thing. Oh. a truth potion. And they're gone. Unless they're hiding. Brainworm. Brain slug, get on me. Okay, they are not hiding. And with that, we have completed the quests here. Except for the one that we originally came here to do. And that is, we are looking for Vea's crewmate. Caxton something? Caxton Frost. Oh wait, what's this safe passage? Oh, okay. We have that fake. No, we have a real one now. We have a real pass we can use to get to them to lower the bridge leading back to Hallowshire. Rawr and stuff, crocodile. Merry Christmas. In fact, you know what? Merry Christmas, everyone, because I haven't wished everyone a Merry Christmas, and I hope you all had a good one. Zoom. So, Crocodile, you missed some really cool and interesting, like, lore world-building type quests. And, we fixed the Clockwork King, hopefully, maybe, possibly. Christmas. Merry Christmas. I'm kind of busy. That's okay. As long as it was something that was worth doing.
Was to all. And to all a good derp. Cast blep, cast blep, cast rar, cast rar.
Oh yeah, we have levels ups. But okay, if we put that point into might, we can break those doors. Derp. Herp. But if we put it into wisdom, we'll just completely max it out. But let's smash some doors. You were given a sink. You were given everything, even the kitchen sink. King's favor, pet. Welcome to the Squeaky Wheel Tea House. What can old Baba Zinnia do for you? Questions. Blows a plume of smoke. Not from around here, are you, pet? Don't fret. Nearly everyone in the kingdom came here from somewhere else. I'm looking for a Darkstar mercenary. Bought a California lottery tickets. Jackpot's over $1 billion. 1 billion. You could already be a winner. True. I hope you get it. I don't do gambling because I know how my luck works. I'm looking for a Darkstar mercenary. Oh, hi, it's been all over dispatch. That Raj Lady Captain Velma or Viola is making some kind of trouble for the Union. Good for her, I say. Mind, if you're looking for Darkstar sorts around here, I'll have to disappoint you. Although there was that adventurer fella who went over to their side 10 or 15 years ago now. Frost, that was it. Caxton Frost used to be a hero of the kingdom. In the end, his own crewmates chipped him to death in some kind of mutiny. Made the front page of that week's dispatch. A lot of folk thought he got what he deserved. Do you think he deserved it? Draken is already the WinRAR. I would love to have a small treasure hoard. Man, I was talking with my mom about the lottery thing, and we were saying, like, if we had that kind of money, we literally would not know what to do with it. It would be more money than we could possibly spend. And so we'd probably end up giving lots of it to just everyone else that we know. An entire common cold just for you? Aw, it's the gift that keeps on giving to other people because contagious. Do you think he deserved it? She puffs on her cigarette. I think it's a shame. Shame such a talented fella felt he'd be better off with a bunch of skyfaring reprobates than here in the kingdom. Still, play stupid games, get stupid prizes. Smoke billows from Zinnia's nose. More questions? Well, doesn't really help us. Must be off. Basalt believes he may have returned to the Clockwork Kingdom. Look for a man who has trouble walking with a moth tattoo on his left butt cheek. Well, maybe we can ask the, yeah, we'll have to ask the other shopkeepers when the sun comes up. Where's my town, or not town portal, just teleport. Wind zip? No, I use 7 zip now. Oh shoot, we saved here. But we shall always remember the good times with WinRAR. It is kind of funny that it's become sort of a thing for people to actually get registered versions of WinRAR as kind of like a meme and a joke. And the person running it still sends them out. So you too could get a totally licensed copy of WinRAR. Wait, did I save? I don't remember if I saved. I need to poke the thing. Just restore spell and whoop. I don't even remember where all the breakable doors were. They sniff the air. You have the stink of the countryside about you. And if I'm any judge, dangerous place. Well, citizen, you've come to the right shop. Name's Jack Samir. I sell things that kill. We've met before. Alright, he doesn't have what... Or, we can't ask him about stuff. He has no knowledges. Quarshi appears as nervous as ever. No, that's no good. Perhaps if I stitch them together, 3 or 4 layers? But then... Oh, forgive me, citizen. Busy as always. What can I do for you today? You ever seen a Darkstar mercenary around here? Darkstars? Good heavens, no. I've served barely any mercenaries since the border closed. Half my takings used to come from exports. Our weapons and equipments made the unions look primitive, or so I'm told. Of course, that's probably why the union became so belligerent. Couldn't have their own merchants being put out of business, could they? Its Majesty had no choice but to retaliate in kind. Perhaps you should speak to Baba Xenia at the Squeaky Wheel? She gets all sorts coming through the tea house. She didn't really help us, though. How about you? Welcome back, good citizen. What's your fantasy today? Looking for info. Oh, wait. About your customer, Naja. Ah, yes. Do you have any news? Yasmin's going to start selling Naja's visions from home. I thought you should know. Ah, I take it Dr. Prip wasn't able to cure her then? It'll be a difficult change for Naja's mother, but bravo to her for making a go of it. Naturally, I'll do everything I can to set her up. In fact, if she's willing to sell through me, I won't charge her any distribution fees for the first year. Vidal catches sight of your expression. For the first 3 years. Vidal sighs, sounding rather less chirpy than usual. Well, anything else? Info. How intriguing. Perhaps I can help? Dark Stars. A mercenary? King's Grace? No, there was a fellow named Caxton Frost who ran off to join some band of sky pirates. That was the Dark Stars, I think. However, he met a sticky end when the leader made him walk the plank. Vito's expression brightens as he apprehends a sales opportunity. Of course, if you're interested in sky battles and such like, we have plenty in stock. It's quite a common fantasy. Let's see, palanquins, penis thieves, pirates! Ah! Would you like to be one, fight one, romance one, be menaced by one, be menaced and romanced by one, attend university with one, play chess with one, inexplicably find yourself naked with one, or something else? Who wants to play chess with pirates? Oh, it was last month's Metcalf. Those are very popular. You're lucky. We've only just received his latest. If you wait another day to ask me, they'd already be sold out. Why are Metcalf's visions so popular? Metcalf is the best in the business. Exquisite imagination. All these little details you'd never think to imagine. It's like he's really been a buccaneer. Vito leans in conspiratorially. But would you like to know his secret? I've met the man. I can categorically tell you. Horace Metcalf is an ordinary human being like the rest of us. Just goes to show there's no limit on dreams, eh? Interesting. I'd love to meet him. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to divulge his address. Bottled visions can stir up powerful emotions, you understand. Some people get a little fixated on one supplier or another. Best for everyone that dreams stay dreams. All I will say is he lives outside the city, so it's far too dangerous for you to go searching for him. You have any questions? Where'd you say I'd find this Horace Metcalf? I still can't tell you, but he's outside the city. Yeah, you've been helpful. Let's see what you're selling. Okay, we got a passionate one. Let's see. It's from Mazarov. We got lurid fantasies from a Karl von Pripp. Thrilling bottled vision from Horace Metcalf. Maybe this will give us an idea of where to find him. Wait. Where is my ring of bartering? And my trade guild mask. Let me just put this on and now you will give me a better deal. What you got? The thrilling one. Did that change the price at all? Right. Thrilling bottle. And let's see. Bittersweet from Anonymous. This is a Morozov. Terrifying from Quarshi. It's the one we just bought. Thrilling bottled vision. Use it. Within a few minutes of emptying the bottle, you fall into a deep yet restless sleep. Your rival's cutlass swishes and clangs as he pushes you back along the yardarm with deft strokes. Smoke from the burning sails stings your eyes. Last chance, dog, he snarls. Apologize for crashing my wedding. It seems like only yesterday you were playing cards together in the quiet Orlop deck. Nestled among coiled ropes as thick as your thigh under the pale phosphorescence of the ship's gargantuan hull-mending slime mold. Back in the present, the slime mold sings as it dies. Your ship lists heavily to port, and your rival loses his footing, but on a split-second impulse, you lunge down and seize his hand. He dangles, staring up into your eyes with a mixture of fury and something else. You wake up with nerves aflutter, eager to dream again. Oh, well, that doesn't help at all. That was no help. Maybe we can talk to the guy and say, hey, welcome back, citizen. Wait, no, better yet. Let's go talk with the innkeeper lady. She knows all the peeps. You can say, hey, we're looking for, what's his name? Metcalf? Squeaky wheel and stuff. Questions. Nope, Tell me about bottled visions. The kingdom's premier export, so I'm told. A real dream or fantasy, tapped and corked for the buyer's pleasure. But if that's your tipple, you'd best find a licensed vision trader. You sense disapproval in Zinnia's voice. Not that I'm judging mine. It's perfectly legal here, and I can ken why it's so popular. It's just not old Baba Zinnia's personal cup of tea. Besides, I can't be arsed with the extra permits. Smoke billows. Anything else? She didn't have anything here about, dispatch of some Dark Stars and Caxton, Elder Venturer, Frost, Caxton Frost, yep. You think he deserved it? What a shame. Yep, she didn't have anything useful. Well, all we know is that they live outside the city. So I guess we're just gonna have to search. And yes, he said penis thieves. I don't ever want to have that dream. Now, we already went up that mountain. And I believe going down this mountain took us to the dream place. I'm not done running. Up we go. Up. It's important to search. There may be treasures. But alas, cannot conjure treasure. Add that to the map. What did you miss? We fixed the king, hopefully. Oh, we also found out what the sacramental duty the king wanted us to do was. The king wanted us to make 66 million gallons of tea. This man has a wiry strength about him. The kind that comes from years of hard work outdoors. You must be here to see Horace. Well, our home is your home, however humble. What is this place? I'm Samuel. This is my home, technically anyways. The other fellow here is Horace Metcalf. Hey, nice, we were looking for him. It's almost like I knew exactly where to go. He knits his brows and gives you a wry smile. Lodger, housemate, friend, boyfriend? We're pretty isolated out here, so look after ourselves. I chop our wood, catch our meals while he brings in the coin. Anything else? How well do you know Horace? He moved in 3 years ago after my wife passed away. I had an empty room and I was lonely. He needed a quiet place where he'd have help if his sickness flared up. Since then, he's become part of the family. Most folk think him scatterbrained, but he is such a kind soul. And what an imagination! I've no idea where he gets it all from. I just think my lucky star I get to live with it. Anything else? Thanks for the hospitality. This elegant-looking man, lost in reverie, humming softly to himself. Oh, appears lost in reverie. He has a youthful face despite his growing crow's feet, and his voice is gentle as if he were murmuring to a sleeping babe. Oh, hello there. Where have you come from? You are certainly on a road less traveled. He calls out behind you. Sam, would you be an angel and brew some more tea? We have a guest. Tea. The king likes tea. Very kind. Very kind. I didn't catch your name, Mr. Goodness gracious, where are my manners? I am Horace Metcalf, lodger, childminder, and general factotum hereabouts. I also have a sideline as a weaver of dreams, I suppose, which has been surprisingly successful. You're welcome to stay a while and rest your feet. I'm sure Samal will be happy to fix you some refreshments. He takes a dainty sip from his porcelain teacup. So what do we owe this serendipitous visit? Tell me about yourself. Scarce little to tell, I fear. I've lived in the Clockwork Kingdom all my life, and jolly glad I am for it, too. My health keeps me from roaming, but Samuel has made me feel quite at home. As aforementioned, I also dabble with brewing bottled visions. I specialize in dreams of adventure upon the turbulent skies, aerial battles, swashbuckling duels, and other daring-do. Judging by the letters I receive, they're quite popular. He takes a dainty sip from his porcelain teacup. Pinky out. I'm looking for a Dark Star mercenary. Metcalf's face lights up with enthusiasm. Ah, the Dark Star Company. What a thrilling topic. I can't stop reading about them. The grizzled Jack Basalt, the enigmatic Imbarian, not forgetting the terrifying Vea Kalos herself. Of course, Caxton Frost was one of the best known here in the kingdom. He was a famed antiquarian, considered one of the brightest minds, so his defection was quite a scandal. Alas, he chose the wrong side in a mutiny, and was incinerated by one of his own contraptions. You're unusually well informed about the Dark Stars. He looks bashful. Ah, well, you mustn't think I'm any kind of expert. You see, making bottled visions isn't like writing a book. You cannot control where the slumbering mind wanders. You can only influence it by choosing what fodder it will chew on. Since visions are such a vital industry, the king permits me access to literature from abroad. News pamphlets, ship schematics, Yanis's Mercenary Weekly, even those silly caddish Rakehill books. I devour every bit of reading material I can find. Although, it seems like he wants to say more, but then shakes his head. Well, I'll stop there. An artist must keep something in his pocket, eh? Aw, come on. I swear by the king I won't tell a soul. This seems to put him at ease, and he laughs a little. Ah, jolly well said. Well, I suppose there's no harm in it, as long as it's only between us. The truth is, I did not choose these visions. I am plagued by them. Dreams of gleaming sails and burning citadels, the stench of gun smoke and the taste of blood. I hope that bottling them might somehow pacify them, but still they come. Sometimes I dream of things I cannot possibly know, of mushroom-covered ruins in the flickering light of a star shell, of watching a cirrosquid frolic off the prow, or sailing through the glittering forest of a siren jelly's tentacles. No, not flying jellyfish. Kill it. I don't like the Netches in Morrowind. Of kinship forged in battle, baptized in hellfire. And then there's the Ashen Woman. That's what I call her. She seems to be a recurring character, of course. Those bottles stay locked up in my private collection. Somehow it doesn't feel safe to expose the public to her. Even now I see her with hair like snow, eyes like twin volcanoes, bold, passionate, sardonic, yet pensive somehow. Her left hand holds the seed of all our futures, while her right holds the sword that ends the world. As Metcalf continues his description, all remaining doubts leave your mind. Somehow you know exactly who he's describing. Vea. Metcalf's teacup pauses on the way to his mouth. I beg your pardon? That's Vea you're describing, Vea Kalos. He lowers his teacup slowly back to its saucer. I am? I mean, I suppose I've seen her woodcut often enough. What of it? I think you know, Mr. Metcalf, or should I say, Caxton Frost, if that is your real name. Metcalf blinks several times. Frost? What does he have to do with this? My gum, you can't possibly think I'm this Frost character, can you? You had me fooled at first, but your dreams gave you away. I don't understand. Those are my dreams. If this is some sort of prank, I'm afraid I find it in poor taste. Listen, I am only an ordinary chap with an overactive imagination. I don't know anything about mercenaries or adventures. My visions may be realistic, but they're pure fantasy. This is all just a silly misunderstanding. What if it's not just fantasy? What if those visions really happened? But that's impossible. I can't sail or sword fight or any of that. The closest thing I've ever had to an adventure is getting lost in a bookshop in Bayonne. Skyships make me nauseous. I'm no good with machines. I'm allergic to rum. Besides, how could I have gone gallivanting about in old ruins in my condition of health? I can barely walk 100 yards. Now please, can't you see that I'm telling the truth? What more must I do to convince you? A faint rattling of porcelain emanates from his cup and saucer. His hands are shaking. If you don't talk, the world could be destroyed. But how, for pity's sake? How can I admit something isn't true? Dash it all to blazes! He throws up both his hands in desperation. I am not Caxton Frost! There's a moment of silence, only broken by the steady dripping of the tea he just splashed across the wall. Let me see. The Clockwork King has erased your memory! What? Don't be absurd. The king can't do that. I know there's rumors, but that's all Union disinformation. We know the truth. What a jolly horrid day. This is going to affect my dreams for weeks. A new dark direction for Horace Metcalf. That's what they'll say. Horace, listen to me. Your whole identity is a fiction. You were a Dark Star, but someone has erased your memory. Now I need your help to save the world. He sighs deeply. You really are very strange. Do you know that? Clearly this conversation has hit a wall. You'll need to find some other way of jogging Metcalf's memory. That private vision stash he mentioned must be the key. But where in the house is he keeping it? Well, it's not a very large house. Oh, I guess I should have checked to see if it was locked or not and put on my lockpicking gear. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. A ghostly light ripples from within each bottle, their contents swirling like the mists. Evidently, this is Horace Metcalf's private vision stash. His labeling system is meticulous, and you quickly locate a bottle marked "Not for Distribution" that mentions the Ashen Woman. You take the bottle. Well, we got another dream. Really? There's an upgrade station here? Why? Well, we don't have any iron to do any upgrading. You know what? He's gonna find us crashed out in his private stash room. Let's see. Bittersweet, ominous. What's the one we just picked up? Metcalf's Vision. A bottled vision from the private stash of Horace Metcalf, containing a clue to his missing past. To see what it contains, you'll have to consume the bottle yourself. Well, this is going to be our second one, so hopefully we don't overdose and end up like Naja. Let's just huff that. You drift into a restless sleep. You're climbing through the skeleton of a titanic machine. Above you, the Ashen Woman pauses on a rusted clavicle to give you a cocky grin. Come on, slow coach. You forget to oil your legs? That's right. You're Horace Metcalf now, not whoever you were before. You watch Vea input some kind of code, and the Titan's brain case opens up so you can clamber out. Then, she takes your hand and gives it a reassuring squeeze, and you both lift off the ground. You fly over the corrupted lands, light as a leaf on the wind. In the distance is a dead city, its charred bones exposed to the desolate sky. growing ever larger as you spiral down towards its gates. "Query, any last words?" says the Clockwork King, its voice like a cyclone of blowflies and broken glass. You feel your heartbeat quicken. You do remember, don't you? The hard light of creation burns within the fallible flesh, or, alas, we who wish to lay the grounds of kindness could not ourselves be kind, or, I must obey the inscrutable exhortations of my soul. Yeah, our soul leads the way. The king's mouth shivers open, its teeth dripping with blood, and you both walk through into darkness. When your eyes adjust, you find yourself in your childhood schoolroom. The room is half buried in compacted ash, the blackboard, a palimpsest of faded sums and slogans. Vea, wearing a schoolmaster's cap, throws a shovel at you. "Well, boy, aren't you going to show us what you can do?" You dig for hours until you strike something brittle and crunchy. As you clear away more debris, you realize you're standing on a giant mirror, with cracks radiating out from where your blade hit home. You look so different from how you remember. Handsome, hard, and imperious. Standing fully upright on your legs encased in some kind of clockwork armor. You feel your heart pounding like a battering ram against your ribcage. Your reflection gives you a cruel, taunting smile. "What's the matter, darling? Forget your line?" You wake up breathless and drenched in sweat, your thoughts racing. You know where you must go. You know from the visions, from flying over the corrupted lands with Vea, past the abandoned diggers, down the very southeastern tip to the lost city of Progress. That is where Horace's memories lie. And that is where we're going to have to end for the night. Because it is that time of night for us to wrap it up and find ourselves a raid. No, we don't even need sleeps. Sleeps is for the weak. So next time, we venture to the city of the fallen, corrupted city of Progress and find out what happened to Caxton Frost. Alright, so, but you are sleepy. Well, then I guess sleep. Let's see, who is on that we can raid?